Oh. Hello, Geo. Hello, Chaos.
パンパカパーン、戦術人形兼トイデザイナールイス、おもちゃの兵隊たちと到着しました。
I'm scared. I'm scared. Dang it. The timer glitched out again. Give me a second. Hold on. The timer. It bugged out. I gotta refresh it and fix it. Uh-oh. There we go. You want me to do it now? You don't want me to do it later? I'm going to die. I'm scared. How is this? Okay, there's... I don't know which button means what. Oh. Okay, so there's a dodge. Oh, there's... Okay. Ow. Okay, I see. I see. I understand now. What was the animation? The flex before doing it. Is this what you wanted? Yeah. Amazing. I don't know what is that an icon? Oh, it's an icon, okay. So I have to do it all the way back here. Complete 2 combos on Severe. Attack or dodge 3 times consecutively. Okay. Am I about to get destroyed? In the master version? It's working. I'm learning. I'm learning. Yeah. I do flex. Sabrina is weak. Suomi is difficult but doable. Kukai is will miss you blitzer. What do you mean? Should I just finish it all now? Or attempt to? I'm scared. Oh. Ow. What? You're so fast! I love how it's a flex. Wait, really? That's amazing. Okay, so its right click is dodge and then hit. Okay, we're doing fine. We're doing fine. We're doing fine. Ah! Okay. Okay. You survived. And we got a little portrait. I'm afraid. Also, the fact that it says medium, deep, medium implies that eventually there's gonna be more. This mode will have more eventually, and I'm scared. She does not take much damage. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Ah! What a rematch. I'm scared. Wait, maybe I'll be fine. 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 Decisive moment. Also, this also shows you just how tall we are compared to the Tito. Did it? Did I do it? I did it! The water gun. As you accept the outfit they prepared for you, determined to enjoy this rare moment of peace with them. Does this imply we're eventually gonna get more? Let yourself lose one? Okay, hold on. Does it matter who? Oh, gee. Okay, so if I don't actually do it, she's extremely fast. Does this mean they all have like a special animation for killing you? Alright. She does not move much, does she? Oh wait, I can turn the camera? It's such a silly thing. Oh, right. What's that? Oh, wait, right, that's the... Yeah, you can switch out. What? Wardrobe, hold up. This implies at least 7 more outfits. I didn't notice the glasses. Now, why can't I go in the pool? Tell me, why can't I just go in the pool now? Right. I'm switching it to the stuff. Abs. Uh-oh. Game? Oh. Eh. This has been 15 days. Okay, I don't gotta worry about it then. We must continue the story. Oh, right. Hmm? What? Of course you can showcase the crab. What do you mean? It's your crab. Okay. I need to be more careful. I almost choked. Also, my food's gotten real cold. Dang it. I'm still hungry, so I'm gonna eat a little bit. So give me a second. There you go. A dull sound tears through the air and a blazing fireball booms in the night. A jeep racing down a narrow road is struck dead on by a precision-guided rocket. A shockwave throws out a ring of heat, shattering all the nearby windows. Who authorized heavy artillery? Headquarters explicitly stated urban combat restriction protocols. The target item is rated A+. Any damage was resulted. At least we can cut off their escape route. Wait, scan show the vehicle interior is empty? Just then a string of precise gunshots cuts off the security team's transmission. Alva and Messina appear simultaneously from cover 3 blocks away. They are covered in light dust and scorch marks, yet their combat efficiency remains completely unaffected. Very chuckable. The perfectly coordinated crossfire suppresses the entire pursuit squad. Private armed security forces bearing the Gerard Group insignia clearly did not anticipate this. Task Force Defy has not only evaded encirclement, but has already completed a... Oh my god, what was that? Gaia! You just doubled the time! I appreciate it so much, but still. Are you just dead set on me never escaping the stream? I hydrated too. Because I forgot to do it a little earlier. What do you mean, yeah? The countermaneuver, turning from prey into ambushers.
移動を続けて監視システムに捕捉されたからあと7分もすれば次の重装部隊に包囲される。
Okay. Should I just take a little mini break to eat? Because I still have a lot of food left. And we can, like, I can pause the timer, we can watch something while I eat. Or should I just continue? Because it's a little hard to finish chewing in the time they finish their lines. Because I can pause the time. Yes, eat. Okay. Okay, there we go. Timer wasn't pausing for a second. Alright. Much more zoo. No! I'm scared. Not the zoo guy, I'm scared. He's terrifying. Which one? Because there's technically two now. Which one? Which one do you? You want me to put up the tapir with the guidelines thing? Why do you want me to suffer? Why do you want me to cower in fear?
So it seems like you guys absolutely love the idea of translating AZA habitats to Planet Zoo. And hey, Leaf in editing phase over here, huge thank you to you guys for just sharing this video, just watching it, because the actual AZA posted about it. They actually posted about it. So if you are either working for the AZA or if you're a zookeeper and you shared this with your zookeeping buddies, hi, thank you for the awesome work you do. And if you're just watching this, go visit your local AZA zoo. If you haven't seen my previous video on this, we actually made 2 different Planet Zoo habitats. One was made with the in-game requirements for the king penguin, and the other was an entire indoor facility made with AZA requirements for the king penguin as well. This was so fun to do. If you haven't seen me put that together yet, please go check that out. But here we are, back with the AZA care manuals. I'll link to this in the description down below, but there are a ton of different animals in here for us to check out. We have a bunch of reptiles, there's a bunch of small carnivores, rodents, there's only the capybara. You have all the apes, which is very cool, but what we are working with today is the tapir care manual. And as you can see, we are officially back in this little zoo.
It makes me want to play the game, but it also makes me not want to play the game because I'm terrified.
I did do just a little bit of landscaping just so that we have something nice and pretty to look at. If you head to the left, you'll have your Planet Zoo builds, and if you head to the right, you'll have your AZA builds. And here are our tapirs. I gotta say though, I love looking at these guys in game. Like, these are probably some of my favorite animals in the entire world. They're just so unique. They're adorable. I'm a big fan of Star Wars, and they look like they came right from it. So let's take a look at their Zoopedia. They are endangered species after all, but what we need to look at is their habitat. They are from South and Central America. Here are the regions that they're from. And last but not least, we do need our land requirements met, we do need our temperature requirements met, and we also need our water requirements met, and also the grade 2 fence. Species data, it is usually 1 to 2, and they can also have interspecies enrichment, which they do make mention of in this care manual. But let's go ahead and get started. Let's make a Planet Zoo habitat. I think I want to rock the wooden fence in here, and what I basically want out of here, I kind of want this to be a little bit of a boardwalk, and I think if we link that up right over here, that should look pretty good. I'm gonna do chain link right over here because I have an idea on how to incorporate some water in there. The rest of the wood fence right over here. And as you can see, once we add our water in here, it actually goes right up to that line over there, so we can check out how big is this habitat. Land area is currently 688 meters squared.
So difficult to be
it's actually quite
detail-oriented, but apparently these people make it look easy.
Add another in there. Yeah, land requirement is actually pretty good. Sorry, console players, I am using free build just a little bit for this. I still want to make this habitat look good, even though we are using Planet Zoo restrictions. Alright, so that looks good. I'm gonna switch the game over to a default preset. Hopefully all my animals don't die, and yeah, they are starting to die. That is so weird. Like, why does that happen? Alright, well, let's hit play, and hopefully they don't die. So I am fairly happy with the land area. The water area, it's a little too much, but I think it's fine. They do have way too much long grass, and they don't have enough soil. I think we can actually fix that up over here and make it look fairly nice. They do need a lot more short grass though, so we're just gonna decorate the back of the habitat with that. And I'm just gonna get a nice light brush of this dirt in here. Typically when you get larger animals like tapirs, they will absolutely tear up any grass that tries to grow in there just because they're big, chunky boys. Looks like that is looking fairly good in there, but they do need some hard shelter. I think we are going to copy kind of what we did for the penguins as well. We are going to do a little bit of an interesting little cave formation. I love using cladding rocks like this. Like, even though most of my Planet Zoo builds, they're a fair bit more realistic than what this is going for, there's some things I just can't shake. And hey, quick little PSA while I have you guys here. You might be saying, Leaf, how are you building this quickly? How are you building this good? Trust me, this isn't that good. But I am building fairly quickly.
Excuse me?
That's because I have a good handle on my hotkeys. For example, I want to fill up this little gap in here, right? So I'm going to click V, and that allows me to align it to the surface. I'm going to hold Z to rotate it, kind of like this. And then I'm going to X. That allows me to use the advanced placing tool, and I can kind of angle it. I just need to cycle through these with X. That opens up rotation and like placement, I suppose. And then you can kind of just place it in right there, and you get this nice looking rock cave in there. I really like how the light is kind of peeking through these. I'm gonna try not to cover it all up, and I want just a bit more definition on these rock walls. So I'm just gonna place down a few more of the chunky pieces. And even though this is not technically part of the habitat, this is just for decoration, I am gonna place down a bunch of these chain link fences. Doesn't really do much, but it does give the fence back there a little bit more definition. Now, if we hit play and they start to walk around, looks like hard shelter is all taken care of. So I'm going to go over here and click both Central and South America, then start to trigger some of the biomes that I want. I don't think I want the temperate plants.
You can
in
click
there,
on
but I do
those
want tropical,
to
aquatic,
instantly
and
have-
grassland. So I think
I'm
we're
angry.
going to need to decorate this up with a bunch of plants on the side. Now, luckily, these hedgerows, they actually do fit in perfectly over here, so I'm just going to place these all around the back. This
I
is a
was
building
manually
trick
chose
that
them.
a lot of real-life zoos do all the time. It's surrounding a habitat with typically tropical foliage. So at least right now we have a nice layer of plants back there. I'm probably going to do just a little bit more cover, so we're going to do a couple tamarind trees. I'm going to do something funky with this. We have this beautiful kind of tropical wood piece. It's supposed to be like a broken tree or something, so I think if I rotate that around enough, and this is going to be super like high level theming for a zoo, but
Excuse
I don't
me.
really care. If we kind of just tuck that in there, it frames it so well. I don't know, I love doing stuff like that.
I'm
I do
scared.
need railing up here. All right, so let's check in on our table.
There's
They
railing?
do need some enrichment, so we're gonna filter by species. And these guys also need this kind of trough over here. So I'm just gonna plop him right there. Gonna go ahead and make that all kind of soil around those. Maybe a little bit of sand too. I feel like they need some of that. Does that really mess with them? It does not. Okay, but it does look like their navigatable land area
I'm
did get
scared.
shrink down. I'm gonna remove some of the Scavolovias because I think that affects it. I think I know a way around it, and it's not gonna be too pretty. I think we gotta bring out some of those rocks a little bit more. Yeah, I think we just gotta extend the land out here. Oh, we have an escapee. We're doing pretty good so far. All right, so we are back in the green. That's looking fairly good. I'm gonna try and get some more plants in here. It is feeling just a little bit dead in the
This
water,
scares
so I'm
me.
gonna throw down some water hyacinths, and I think we'll need some eelgrass. I think finally just a couple Amazon water lilies. Some reeds might be nice, and let's take a look. Yeah, that's really taking a little dip on there. What I'm gonna do, I'm just gonna push this back a little bit. All right, and typically I like to just use bigger bushes as a way to kind of round out the backstage areas. So we're just gonna throw down a couple big elms, maybe a couple pine trees. I forgot to add the damn enrichment. Yeah, let's go ahead and get a fruit spike tree. I think plant screen might be really fun, especially right there. The barrel feeders are always so nice to see. And yeah, small ball, why not? All right, trying to match this bench with what we have working in that habitat. I think that looks fairly good. I like to imagine they use a lot of the same materials to make, like, you know, the viewing areas and everything. Okay, there are way too many guests in here. We need to get them out.
hello.
All right, that is much better. I like
Yeah.
having just a little bit of guests in
Welcome.
here. It makes it feel alive.
I'm taking a little
This
break just
bamboo
'cause
piece
I do
actually
have food,
matches
so.
it so well. All right, I'm just gonna place down a little bit of a blinding wall over here. Maybe a nice big old piece of bamboo to cap it off. I'm liking this. You're kind of entering like this nice tropical America build. And just to round it out, I think we do need a few signs of like tapirs in here. Now this is a Malayan tapir. here. They do
We,
look vastly different from South Americans, but I think I have an idea. If we kind of just tuck it right in there, maybe bring the baby down. Now let's look for some decals. Maybe something in the South America set, couple pieces like that. Maybe the tree right over here. Change that out for that color. Push these up. And if we just add a few of these hedges in here, we can kind of blend that scenery in. I think we just got to raise that little tapir over there just a bit. Okay, I'm not gonna lie, this habitat came out a lot better than what I expected. Seems like Planet Zoo's requirements actually make for a decently realistic habitat. But that's not the point of this video. Let's go ahead and start making our AZA habitat. So we're starting off with 2 tapirs because that is quite literally what it says over here in group structure and size. And we aren't actually doing any more than that because they are.
Yeah, we're doing juvenile too, but
when it comes to either
for now we're doing this
juveniles being in the habitat or
I'm
other
eating
females,
and I unfortunately take a long time to
but
eat.
let's talk about their ambient environment because that's number 1. Over here we have some information on temperature, and this alludes to indoor housing. And it does look like they are able to withstand temperatures of up to 95 degrees Fahrenheit. However, they typically aren't really good around 50 degrees Fahrenheit. Before we even get started with the other stuff over there, let's talk about their spacing. So this is the first time we're actually going to be making stalls. So a lot of the times, this is what people get scared of when they typically think of zoos. They think this is the only space that an animal has to live in. This more than likely is not the case, except for, you know, habitats like this. Great job, Cricket Hollow Zoo. Typically, these stalls are a lot smaller. Oh, perfect, here's a tapir. Typically, these stalls are a lot smaller for these animals just because they're in here either during storms, hurricanes, inclement weather, and they're typically smaller for their own safety. If they had a lot more room, they'd be able to gallop all over the place and they would just get themselves injured. That's typically why we also house horses kind of like that. Most of the times, you would like to see horses in a big open pasture, but at night and when they really aren't being quote-unquote utilized, you'll find them in a nice little stall like this. It's the same way we treat our horses, it's the same way we treat our animals. And just because I want to shout out this incredible creator, again, I just give all the love to Sparrow, but she really is such an underrated community member in Planet Zoo. Great series, great videos. Go check out True North Sanctuary, one of my favorite zoos I ever toured. But we are going to use her backstage fences. Yeah, it is just such a
wild lore to just be saying out of nowhere.
So they need to be at least 3.6 meters by 4.5 meters. Any floor piece in Planet Zoo really actually settles that fairly well. I'm going to be using concrete in here because that is my bread and butter. And honestly, this is the perfect size for our tapirs. So let's go ahead and get these assembled. What I'm doing over here, I'm just essentially grouping these up because I want each one to be as big as I want one of these holding stalls to be, and we can come in here and just place in the rest of our fences. These separate both of these enclosures, and another one right over here. Yep, okay, perfect. We have our holding areas now, and we can kind of extend out this backstage building just a tad. Now, let's go back over here. Stall should be interconnected by 5-foot wide sliding gates that can be operated without placing the keeper at risk. So what that means in this case, we're just gonna extend these out just a little bit. That allows our keepers to get relatively up close to these gates. We can have like some kind of shifting gate mechanism in here. Holding areas should be directly accessible directly from the primary enclosure and arranged in a way to facilitate introduction of animals to each other. Perfect. One stall for each animal. Quarters should have one larger stall measuring at least 4.9 by 4.9 meters squared that can hold one female and one offspring. That should be relatively easy to do. We can kind of just duplicate this right over here and boom, we can administer that right here. Okay, so we have our male one, we have our female, and we have our rearing corner. This is getting complicated. Indoor holding pen walls should be at least 2 feet high in either solid wood or concrete or vertical steel bars. Perfect. Thank you, Sparrow. Oh no, floors should be slightly sloped to large covered drains. Oh no. Well, let's go ahead and add our drains in. Could you imagine if Planet Zoo had a requirement like that? Like already, I think it's kind of weird how they don't really have one for like elevated exhibits or like, you know, like bighorn sheep where they need a lot of climbing space, but not necessarily arboreal space. But could you imagine if they're like, you know what, have a slight elevation in your backstage area. Let's go ahead and push that down just a tad. All right, I did separate this out so we can actually see how that's gonna look, but there is a little bit of a lip right
Oh.
there. What I'm actually gonna do, I'm just
That's
gonna do
interesting.
the very limited OSHA part of this video. Since that is a little bit of a tripping hazard, we gotta at least make note of it. All right, heated floors. I mean, technically we can't really do that in Planet Zoo, but we can add heaters. I'm just gonna put these over here just to indicate where they are. Bedding materials like grass, hay, pine shavings, coarse hay should be avoided. So this is a little trick. We're gonna use these as kind of like pine shavings at least. These are the confetti pieces that we got in the festive theme.
How?
They make for
How do you think of
decently
this?
good cover. They did mention that tapirs need fresh water, so I'm just gonna provide our guys over here with a bunch of food bowls. I think for the purposes of this video too, we're just gonna let these duplicate themselves as food bowls as well. If there is no outdoor pool access and the animals will be kept inside for weeks at a time, an indoor pool is highly recommended. I'll tell you what, I'm looking at this. I'm looking at the space we have. I think we can do both indoor and outdoor. All right, sanitation. They defecate in their pools. Me too. All right, but at least
what?
over here we have some size
What did he just say?
requirements. We have 55.7 meters squared or 600 feet for each animal. All right, so I do have this little fake habitat set up. Let's see the
I'm
space.
concerned.
That's about 644 meters squared. That is actually quite sizable for these guys. But I think we're not going to use all that space. I'll show you why. I think we're actually going to sink this in a little bit. That way we can see where it ends. We're going to simply raise the area around it and then so if we open that back up again, we can see land area has decreased a lot. And I think the more we add in here, the more it's going to decrease. We're going to stick to tried and true concrete for the floor. Here's a little trick. Whenever I'm building with architecture, I always make sure random rotation is off.
What?
That allows me to get like perfect angles in here, whatever I'm working with. Now here I have this lovely piece of concrete. And just for the time being, I'm going to cover up this building with that same brick that we used for the penguin house. Yeah, for the theme in here, I don't really know what I'm going for. I think I'm going for kind of classic city zoo, which is something I rarely ever do. But that's kind of fun. All right, so I don't think I'm gonna win any awards with this habitat design, but I'm fairly happy with it. Back over here, we can look more at their outdoor enclosures. We can see they're relatively inactive for most of the day, but they do require ample space. All zoo visitors should be kept at least 3 feet away from the primary enclosure. I think we're faring out fairly well with that. I mean, a super easy way of keeping people away would be making these little planter areas. Is it the prettiest? Definitely not. But I mean, I guess that's just the nature of the beast. A lot of these restrictions, they're put in place for safety, and sometimes safety doesn't look too pretty. Gonna try my best to cover this up with these little panels. And I mean, it looks fine. All right, here's a big one. Visual barriers within this space are encouraged to allow animals to voluntarily
astounded at how much she
separate
thinks
themselves
about.
from one another. Uh-oh, here's a big one. Outdoor exhibits should be relatively flat and designed to eliminate narrow spaces and 90-degree angles. I mean, I think down here should be fine, but realistically, I think we're gonna need to open it up back here. Okay, let's look over quickly to fences because that's gonna help determine this. Fences can either be wood or chain link. That's good. That's all I need. So I'm gonna make a custom fence. We're gonna use this as a base. I'm feeling funky. I
Oh.
kind of want to use the Oceania set today. I'm a huge fan of these big chunky panels. And if we change that for a little bit more of a muted color, and change the ropes out for something kind of like this, these together. And what I'm actually going to do, I will use this concrete. Now we have a perfect little fence that we can use inside of our enclosure. I think I'm gonna have the wood on the outside specifically just for the guests, and also you can still see it through the mesh, which I think works. I will change it out for bright white. It just looks so much better. And that allows them to have enough room to hide. I think that's gonna work out fairly good right over there. Well, with the outside of the habitat relatively done, it's not
This
as
already
pretty as
looks
it should
so
be, but we'll
much
work on
better
that
than
soon.
anything I
We can
make.
at least get planning on the interior. Now let's talk a little bit of logic. We have our indoor space, our holding area, we have our outdoor area, and we have our future indoor area. It looks very big right now, but trust me, we're gonna change that. What I want to do is make sure that we have a way to get our tapirs from this area into this one. So I think I'm going to need to start by changing this out for a shift gate that allows our tapirs to actually enter through this side. and that's going to be the main way that the tapirs can enter the indoor area. However, these are the two main holding pens for our tapir, so we need to find a way to route them out here and into that way.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going a little crazy over here, but I think I finally figured out how this works. So we have our shift gates both here, 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 and here. I think because of that, we're actually going to need to move this out of the way, right to about, okay, excellent. That actually solved like literally all my issues. So now our tapirs can go in this way, out that way, and they can always find indoor, outdoor access. Why did I need to make that so complicated? Okay, tapirs do not jump, but they can easily climb over vertical walls as high as 1.2 meters. They can push chain link if not properly secured. That's very good because we did add the concrete, yada yada, emergency drills. Well, there's a lot of emergency drills. All right, we do need animal transfer crates.
Intensely
That
stared
is
at you.
The next element on here. And Peter over here has a lovely set. And I think, honestly, I like this one over here for the tapir. I think this is big enough. Yeah, look at that. It's big enough. And they said they should be able to easily link up to these. So I think, honestly, we can go ahead and get rid of that piece. I mean, sure, that looks like it works out well. All right, group size, we already touched on that. Introductions, reintroductions, nutrient requirements. Last I checked, there is no riboflavin in Planet Zoo. We can go ahead and add our little keeper
don't know
hut in
that.
here. Vet surgery, that's somewhere else. We don't need to have that exactly in the building. Reproduction behavior management, program animals. All right, so we can kind of go back to ambient environment. All right, stall temperature should be maintained at 18 degrees Celsius to 29 degrees. Humidity, careful consideration should be given to the spectral intensity and duration of all light needs. When kept indoors for extended periods of time, skylights, fluorescent, or incandescent lights are suitable for the animals. They have no specific lighting requirements, nor are the breeding habits associated with Alright, so this basically means Leaf gets to have a little bit of fun. What I want to do is have interesting little skylights. Can go ahead and start throwing some pieces together. And for this, I don't really have a set goal in mind. I kind of just want to throw together some pieces and see what ends up looking good in the end. If you ever find yourself wondering how to get better at building at Planet Zoo, I've always found the trick is just to keep building. Like, I'm not kidding. I don't think this started off good, but I'm starting to think about, okay, what else does this piece need? But I think with all that in there, I'm gonna change the grid size over here. It's super easy. Instead of like doing this, and that looks fine. Instead, I want these to feel just a little bit closer together on the x-axis, and then I can change these back to 4 meter and have it look kind of like that. And I'm just gonna align these right to the middle of this habitat. That way you got this nice look in here. I think I might flip these around though. And there, it just adds so much more layers in there. All right, let's talk about this habitat. I think we all know the basics by now, but obviously we need to keep it relatively flat. That's what the AZA said. I do think we can embellish just a little bit around these corners, and we do want this to be underwater down. Keep in mind, you can only place water if something is watertight. You can usually find that out way down here below, so always glasses, concrete is, but stuff like mesh, stuff that's really see-through, not watertight. I'm not sure about you guys, but I absolutely hate glass in indoor enclosures. Never looks good. It never looks good, but I think we're managing it pretty well in here. And always check it out from Explore mode too. See how it looks when you're actually a guest in here. But this is looking fairly well to me. I'm gonna change out the opacity in here, and I am gonna place down a nice layer of concrete. I don't want it to be too deep, but I still want our tapirs to be able to swim. Typically for these indoor enclosures too, you'll find a lot of faux rock. I think that is what we're gonna be going for in here. I do want it to feel...
You keep forgetting you can change the colors and stuff.
Brightly colored. I think we're gonna go for a little bit more of like that nice red look until I hate it, and then we'll change it. But this is a super easy way of kind of hiding these more unsightly areas. But yeah, we can go down here with a little bit of a faux rock ramp, maybe kind of decorate these walls a bit more. And yeah, still, just because this is still indoors, I want to make sure that you're not
gotcha.
on a view of the tapirs. So up here, this is kind of like adult guest level, but if you're a kid, you can barely see them, which kind of sucks. So I think what I'm gonna do is raise this a bit back here, so that way if our tapirs are kind of like sleeping out there, we'll still be able to see them. And I'm gonna turn this all to dirt. Yeah, I told you I didn't really like that color We're gonna swap it out. I'm gonna try and match that dirt color, actually. Yeah, that's fine. So I do want to talk a little bit more about
time.
the substrates just before we get too crazy. Floor should be slightly sloped, yada yada. That's backstage holding. Oh, this is good. We're already doing this. Pools, they should be hosed down daily when not allowed outside. Pools should have gently sloping sides with wide entrances and non-skid surfaces. I think we're doing that fairly well, but I'm just going to come in here and kind of just place down a few more of these. So that way we're keeping a little bit more of a slope in here. So that way it's easier for the keepers to actually clean. And honestly, it still looks really good. Yeah, it's not really mentioning much about substrates, rocks, aside from like the stuff we've already mentioned, like the sand bits. So yeah, let's kind of play around with
That
this.
makes
Let's
sense,
see
yeah.
what kind of interesting habitat shapes we can make in here. Let's go ahead and make a little bit of a faux rock wall in the backstage. It kind of looks like the tiger rock matches it just. Sink a few pieces of that in here just to give it some more texture. Ooh, it's poking out here. I don't us to a good little transition into the outdoor space because kind of forgot this was a thing out here. Right, well, luckily we can see their habitat space right now, and if dates. Oh yeah, look at all that. All right, now that we are back in here, I think I'm gonna give these walls some supports, and I think we're just gonna put these up every so often. And yeah, I think delete these ones, these ones. Don't think we need these ones. Sure, let's throw one more in. And yeah, it just gives it so much more layering. But yeah, I'm actually a big fan of how well this roof came out. It's actually not too bad.
Boardwalk
But I think
fence
for
with
the time
gaps.
being, we're gonna get some plants in here. Typically in these big rainforest houses, it's a little bit more dry. So that's why I think this aloe is gonna be a really great plant to use in here. Just a couple
gonna
of these
trample
bad
little
boys
s-
all over the place. I really do like the Kentia palms. I feel like I never use them enough. And especially in like a tropical house like this, they will go so well. And again, I'm a big sucker for the creosote bush. It is just a big lush plant that works so good in any context it's used in. And since tapirs are, of course, herbivores, they'll probably be biting off of these plants. So I'm just gonna add
Oh,
a few
hello,
dead ones
sorry.
in here, make it look like they've been really chomping at these. So obviously this is all gonna be indoors, but I think we need just a little bit of grass growing. It's not entirely realistic, but you would come to expect at least like a little bit of planted areas in here. So like before, I did that all in one group, then I click X, and then I ever so slightly
Book of
sink it in.
Wisdom.
And since these are, of course, aquatic areas
We're
for our
watching
tapirs, we need
somebody
to
who
include
is
some vents.
way too
That way our
powerful for
keepers
Planet
can get
Zoo, and
some
I'm
good
terrified.
drainage in there and clean out these habitats whenever they need to. Couple right in there as well. I'm sorry, I went from loving these bamboo pieces to hating them, and now I'm back to loving them. They just work so well for what I need.
Alright,
I'm
hold
also
on.
a huge fan of
Book of Wisdom. Whoever in this world overcomes their selfish cravings, their sorrows fall away, like drops of water from a lotus flower. Dhammapada.
the
There's
Indonesian
your
bamboo
Book of
panels.
Wisdom.
They are just
Ooh,
so
almost dropped it.
realistic. They look nice. And I think just using a couple of these just to round out these edges might be a fun little effect. See, that's looking good. Now let's work on the outside a little bit more. I think we can actually benefit from these little panels in here. I'm not a big fan of the repeating texture, but also I've spent way too long on this habitat already, so I don't really care too much. I like the nice curvy look of that fence over there. That looks neat. And I could go custom with a nice custom fence in here, but I think I'm just gonna stick with the classics today. Okay, let's go back over here. I completely forgot. We gotta do some enrichment, scheduled feedings. Here we go. Environmental enrichment, providing various stimuli to
Beans
the
on
habitat,
toast
including
and tea.
natural and artificial objects, scents, sounds, food frozen in ice that requires some puzzles. I mean, typically this is pretty standard. And what Planet Zoo requirements are, they honestly kind of nail. So I think I'm actually going to include a little enrichment box. Forage box, sorry. I'm using free build just a little bit just to hide this. Fruit spike tree, this is pretty typical. We can include a tire in here, maybe a cardboard box. And yeah, I'd say that's pretty good. Should also include water bowls, maybe food. Can do that same thing outside. And just to keep the tapirs away from this edge, I'm gonna add just a little bit of rock over here. And yeah, we can get back to planting. So over here, I'm more than happy to include just a lot more flow grass. Gotta make sure to group it up too. Tapirs, after all, are browsers. That typically means they don't really eat from the ground.
group
they
up things,
eat from
why?
stuff that's a little bit further
Also, I still
up.
don't know how
So
to
stuff
group
like
things.
bushes, shrubs, that will all typically be eaten by the tapir. Let's go ahead and lower that just a smidge. Again,
That
we're
way?
gonna come in here with some creosote bushes, maybe some growing out the back over here, some just a little bit more picked off than others, and also using it to cover up some guest areas as well. I'm also gonna go in with a hardy
is
layer of
insanity.
bamboo. Typically, bamboo is used a lot in more tropical zones in zoos. That's because it's a really fast-growing plant, it doesn't really cost much to maintain, and it just looks tropical. Let's throw a little bit right in there so it makes it look like the habitat is just a little bit more tropical too. I love to use saplings in these builds too, especially if you want an area to feel like it was just made. Saplings kind of give that effect where it's like, oh, we just planted these trees, they're gonna grow so big. I really like it. It just works so well, and they also make for good bushes like this. We do need a little bit more planting for the guests though, so I'm gonna go in with these pea shrubs.
This is crazy to
Really
me how
great piece
fast he
over
does
here.
this.
It just is a
And it looks nice
perfectly
instantly.
manicured like garden plant, and then we can use a couple more of the bigger pieces just for a little extra color. One of my favorite pieces in here too is this little fern cluster. These are made using the basket ferns, and yeah, they're typically used for walls, but I just love using them in like garden areas. And we can throw a couple in here too. And why not? Inside of the indoors too. Oh, you know what we need back? We need ivy. All right, what I'm gonna do, I'm going to actually have ivy growing right off of this bar back here. Basically align it perfectly to this. Can use a few of the corner pieces just to give it a little bit more definition. Use these vertical pieces. Gives it a nice, interesting look. And honestly, I kind of want to cover up this area too. And because I want to cover it up, we can go with another layer of ivy. That is looking so
Yes,
good.
remember
though.
we're
I am
safe.
changing out the
And
color
then
of
you
this
see the
build,
hippo.
though, just because I think that looks so much better. Yeah,
You remember
look
the
at
hippo,
that.
and then you
So
remember
typically, a
herbivores
lot
are
of
not
zoos,
safe.
in order to make them feel a little bit more tropical, they can include palm trees and planters and stuff. This is typically a super easy way for zoos to really sell that tropical look without needing to have the husbandry or like the garden expertise to care for these plants around the year. So I think we can actually include one of these right over here, and I want them kind of out of the way, so I think right over there too. Maybe one at the corner right there. I'm sorry, I'm a big lover of
Corners are
splashes
pretty
of
good
color, so I think
spots.
we're gonna go for a nice bright red. And why let all the ivy on the inside get all the fun? Let's get a few pieces out here. All right, so these are technically shift gates, so let's go ahead and design those. We're gonna need some plaster in here. And then I kind of like to use a marquee beam, and that way we have that nice little door that we can kind of just take out whenever we need it, which is right now. Pop that bad boy right in
Like
here.
more
You
kids
call
to
me
stick out to what
crazy,
you wanted
but,
doing.
yeah, this
Just hit me how
backstage,
brilliant
it
that was
looks
for
kinda
both-
depressing
Yeah.
for now. Yeah, I think we just need a couple of like random things in here. Yeah, I just need like a couple partition walls. Yeah, the manual wasn't really as descriptive as the penguin one, which was kind of crazy. I'm gonna copy just all these pieces back here. Same as penguins, I'm gonna install some nice incandescent lighting. And yeah, you can tell that the ceiling over here, it's not as big as the actual building. That's totally fine. I think we can change these lights out for a little bit more of an orange light. That might be just a little bit better on our animals. Let's get a little bit more of this substrate down on the ground. Couple clipboards. Feel like you'd need to track what your animal's eating. And honestly, call me a dirty little cheat. They also use target practice. They also do all this stuff in here. So I'm just taking this whole damn wall. All right, but we are almost about done. I'm gonna
He's
do a little bit of
reusing
work
assets.
off camera, and then we can kind of compare how they look. Well, welcome back, guys.
This is
I did
crazy.
just a little bit of off-camera building. So yeah, I was kind of like, I was going a little crazy reading this. I needed to do a little bit of it on my own time, but trust me, I have some good stuff for you guys. First of all, if we look at section 4.2, influence of others and conspecifics, I absolutely did not say that right. Everyone is coming over here to see our newest inhabitants. Obviously, we don't actually have their little holding areas, but we have some model ducks in here. As we can see from in here, South American tapirs. They can be kept with other neotropical camelids, brocket deer, waterfowl, wading birds, large tortoises. Yeah, that's a lot of stuff in there. And honestly, that words large
They can be kept even with maned wolves.
tortoises. Yeah, that's a lot of stuff in there. And
Whoa.
honestly, that works very
Almost
well.
fell.
I think this is such a fun little mix.
Never
It
added
is
ducks?
absolutely something you would see in a real zoo.
I
Now,
never added
obviously,
kudu.
model ducks, they're not really from South America. Well, technically, I guess. They're really from kind of like the Gulf of Mexico area. But you know what? It's fine by me. I wanted to include them. Lowbreed did such a good job on them. In terms of other things too, I did my best to kind of brighten up the area, make like all the infrastructure look a bit better. See, I included some of these little
kudu,
pipes in here
gotcha.
because obviously we do have running water. So in a way that would kind of be fed out through this little spigot over here, and don't mind me, just switching that out. So all of that would be fed back here to our backstage. And just around here, we can see it kind of continues right over here. And I did include a little bit more water filtration. Yeah, you can see there are a few things about water quality and filtration in here. Since we do have like an indoor tropical house, I wanted to include some of that. I did some other kind of like little tidbits in here, stuff that you guys can absolutely steal. I made this little cutting board station. These are just the Australia planks, 0.5 meters. The zucchini pieces, as well as conservation tool hooks in the shape of a knife. I saw this little enrichment idea. It was just like a bucket with holes in it, and then they had like the vegetables inside of it for the tapirs to eat. I thought that was cute. I have some of these foot washing baths. You'll see this so many times in tropical houses. If you go on like a behind the scenes tour, you'll need to kind of like step in that, and I have it right next to the pumps. Oh, but look at this. The way that the light just comes right into this building, it's so cool. I think if I were redoing this entire thing, which I'm probably not going to do at this point, I would love to keep these
That's
windows just a
crazy.
little bit closer together and make even more of them. It does look very cool from above, but man, I would just love to get just even a tad bit more light in here. But I'm pretty happy with that. Again, we followed the entire AZA manual. Well, maybe not the entire thing. Listen, you guys try reading this entire thing and not go insane. I don't know how the zookeepers out there do it, but props to you guys. So I want to take the time to actually look over the Planet Zoo habitat and see how it stacks up to
crazy to me.
AZA regulation and kind of talk
They're
about
both
what
crazy to me.
Planet Zoo got right, what they didn't. What they got right was a lot of like the temperature requirements, a lot of the water requirements, enrichment, like that is all great for Planet Zoo. My main qualm with Planet Zoo is how they handle foliage coverage. I think a lot of the time it's just not realistic, and honestly, I hope Planet Zoo 2, they do away with that whole system, but I digress. I think this habitat actually works out fairly well for these animals. If we look in the Zoopedia, we can see it needs to be at least 3.3 feet. As we know, they can climb out of that, but hey, habitat size, that's actually fairly good, fairly accurate. Group sizes, again, that's good. But yeah, overall, Planet Zoo, not too bad. So I don't know how I'm gonna stitch this together, but welcome, this is the end of the video. Thank you guys so much for watching. I always do appreciate it. If you guys did enjoy the video, I'm sorry, I'm gonna be annoying with this. There is a hype button down below that really helps out all creators out there. Just lets
They
YouTube
took the
know,
kids into
hey,
the
like,
back area
people are
where they
liking
enter
this
the
video.
tiger exhibit.
Only hit it
Wow.
if you did like it. If you didn't, I'm not forcing it. Again, our next animal in this series is going to be the absolutely beautiful jaguar. We're going to continue our little tropical house for them, and I guess this is a series now. And we're also going to be making a Planet Zoo habitat for them too. We'll try and integrate that with that other tapir habitat that we made. I think we can do something really fun over there. But I hope you guys have the most wonderful of wonderful days. I can't wait to see you all in the next video.
Excuse me? I have several questions. Giant playful murder kid saw a bunch of squirmy kids and launched himself on the fence and started climbing. Excuse me? And what happened next? The dramatic music. Dislocated his elbow, which is really hard to heal. We tried, but my dad had to. Where were you that an arm needed to be amputated? And now for the tiger straight. Well, he got to the top and they started explaining there was an electric wire to stop him. He sees the zookeeper pointing there. He, in his infamous teenage wisdom, opens his mouth and chomped it. Incredible. Truly the most intelligent display. Alright, I should probably be continuing this as well. Keep moving, do not stop. Our surveillance systems have locked onto our signatures. 7 minutes, your Orange 3rd heavy blockade unit will reach the outer perimeter of the combat zone. Do we execute the contingency plan?
とにかく混乱を起こすよ。
He did not like that decision and fell down and then proceeded to smack us for 15 minutes of sheer why did I like the lemon energy. I love that description. Lemon energy. And he learned a valuable lesson not to try to eat small children. Incredible. It's just a wild story. Yes, switch to plan B. Disrupt their deployment as much as possible.
終わったら第二撤退ポイントへ集合。
When that's done, proceed to the second extraction point. Keep the channel open.
味方にはもう連絡した。
I've notified the support unit. Without wasting a breath, Alpha gives a slight nod and swiftly adjusts her comms to standard encrypted mode. She then shoulders the capsule containing the critical cargo and leaps nimbly into a gap amidst the dense architecture of Lviv's green zone. Her figure melds into the neon-lit steel jungle, vanishing into the night in an instant. But Mestina remains where she is, deliberately exposing her movements to every surveillance system. She is the decoy, the core executor of the diversion. The night in the satellite cities around Lviv should be lively and bustling. Colorful neon lights illuminate the commercial. The commercial streets lined with buildings that blend Eastern European tradition with modern design. This place should be packed with nightlife seekers and tourists, mocking those who struggle desperately just to survive. Yet now the streets are completely deserted, as if the entire city has been evacuated by some invisible force. But Mestina looks up directly at the armed helicopter flying toward her. The searchlight of the light tactical chopper illuminates her figure in stark clarity. On this empty battlefield, she stands like an unshakable mountain, awaiting this coming storm. Target hit! The helicopter's side gunner excitedly confirms the hit. The launcher, still smoking in his hands, gives proof to his precise strike. Maintain altitude. Deploy ground teams for battlefield confirmation. Watch the surroundings. Our allies may still be lying in ambush. In ambush nearby. Wait, what's that? A thick smoke and dust from the missile explosion blanket the entire area. Combined with turbulent heat currents among buildings, infrared imaging is nearly useless. Just as the helicopter descends to deploy the confirmation team. Go. A violent, unnatural gale erupts from the center of the smoke. Dark shadow rockets upward, breaking free of gravity's pull. Hold on, let me see this. To be fair to our zoo, they were touring tigers and in the lion exhibit, so I think they brought us back there because cool temporary animals to see them work with. And didn't think that squeaking children is like a ball with a bell in it for a kitten. Kyle hit himself on the surface while in the zoomy stage, annoying and biting the person feeding him, dislocating his elbow on one of his front legs. Oh. Also, I assume we're curious and play with them, or but they're gonna go bad fast. Yeah. Lots of animals don't actually know their own strength in comparison to like other things. Oh wait, right, I need to click play on the timer. Come on. There we go. As for the zooming stage leading to death of a leg, that is very unfortunate. The figure is still wreathed in lingering smoke, like a Valkyrie from myth taking flight. Plus it was very between food or toy, and neither are a good answer for taking. They are cats. It's impossible. A hand seemingly clad in steel clamps firmly onto the landing skid. The immense force tilts the entire helicopter to one side, its frame emitting a dangerous metallic screech. The enemy's on the helicopter! But Messina hauls herself into the cabin and immediately delivers a precise crossing punch that sends the nearest armed operative flying out of the open hatch. The fully equipped tactical soldier is hurled hundreds of meters away, vanishing into the night like a feather. You wanted to know what we were? Show off he was a teaspoon. The helicopter crew consists of 13 tactical elites, all specially trained to counter high-performance T-dolls, veterans of two-person coordination and squad combat. In addition, 4 non-biomimetic droids are deployed inside the cabin. Mechanized combat tools more efficient than humans, executing orders with absolute merciless precision. Their weapons all lock onto Vimestina before the humans can react. However, faced with the true difference in power, even the finest training, the most flawless coordination, and the most advanced equipment are nothing more than meaningless numbers. Blades slice through arteries and cables. At extreme proximity and speed, weapons clatter to the floor before a single shot can be fired, along with bodies that have grown limp. The older male Siberian tiger looked at him so annoyed for it too. That's amazing. When the pilot turns at the sound behind him, his eyes fall on the bodies strewn across the cabin and a T-doll standing at the entrance making a silencing gesture. But Messina gives the pilot one last look. When she's certain he won't attempt anything dangerous, she leaps from the helicopter as it continues circling at low altitude. She lands solidly on the rooftop of a mid-rise building. The impact fractures the concrete as she merely bends her knees slightly to absorb the force before straightening once more. She has deliberately spared the pilot to prevent the helicopter from crashing out of control and causing unnecessary civilian casualties. Even though this exposes her position, Defy has its own principles. Besides, her current mission is to draw attention, to create space for Alva and the extraction team. Don't airdrop combat droids near Vimestina, but both the enemy and she herself know this is nothing. Dang it! It left before I had the chance to read it fully. Hold on. Oh. Let me go over here. Refresh this page. Yeah. That sounds about right, yeah. Hold on. Was it here? Why is it taking so long? Hold on. Okay, it said both the enemy and she herself know this is nothing more than a waste of time. Anyway, time to delete everything. Do that. 7 enough range. It does. Nice. Oh. Excuse me? Are you here? At last we meet AK-15. Your reputation precedes you. It is truly an honor. Hope you like this welcome gift. Excuse me for the demonstration. Show me the power of the strongest from the previous generation. But Mistina truly is one of little words. Oh. I was not expecting a cutscene. Why? Yeah, so let me re-say this. So for WOOO Messina, aka AK-15, there were human standard troops that thought they could take on her in the first game. Also, humanity is living in a world where we got these things running around. I think it'd be funny if I saw a reiteration of that cutscene, but with like a counter for like how much money and property damage has been done. Amidst the wreckage, Igla surveys the site of devastation, lifting a hand to her head and rolling her neck.
あの AK-15 とこうして出会えたのは得難い経験と認めざるを得ません。
I must admit, meeting the legendary AK-15 in this manner has been quite an enlightening experience,
残念な結果に終わってしまいましたが。
though the outcome is somewhat regrettable. What? Squad after squad of armed security forces rapidly encircle the area, professionally raising their weapons and establishing a perimeter. I did acknowledge it. What do you mean? You want me to acknowledge the tiger thing again? The taking the daughter to a locked off tiger area during a camp for it. First using their weapons and establishing a perimeter. In fact, these units have been observing the entire battle from a safe distance, but after witnessing a confrontation that defies comprehension, not a single person dares to intervene. If this were an ordinary firefight, some brave soldiers might have approached the battlefield. But the clash between Igla and Voimestine has already exceeded the boundaries of conventional combat power. The suffocating exchange of force compels every combatant present to wisely choose observation over interference.
新しい服を用意してください。今と同じもので。
Okay. I will do exercise. Oh, my legs. Let's see. 1, 2, oh, my knees. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Ah! My knee joints! One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Ah. I'm old and tired, physically exhausted. I'm drinking more of my juice. Alrighty. Prepare a new formal outfit for me. If possible, I would like the same style.
それから今回の戦闘データをすべて記録し2時間以内に報告書にまとめて私のデスクに置いてください
Also, please deliver the complete battlefield data log and loss assessment report to my office within 2 hours. Nico's voice is smooth and velvety, her phrasing polite and refined, yet carrying an elegance and authority that brooks no refusal. Brooks? She inclines her head slightly and offers her subordinates a proper smile, as though they are merely attendants at a salon. Perhaps it's because she fully understands the nature of her own power that she does not reprimand those who failed to provide support. Instead, she shows a hint of a... It's saying OBS is disconnecting. What's happening? Help. Help. Oh. Help me. Ah. Obey. Answer the question, Grandpa. It makes you old. Okay. Oh, man. Are we back? Is everything okay? Are we back? Looks don't matter. You are older than me. If I may ask, where are our guests now?
依然逃走中で地下施設に侵入した模様
Yes, ma'am. The two target dolls are still fleeing. They seem to have entered an underground facility.
位置はロストしました
We've lost their precise location.
なるほ
You see. Nico narrows her eyes.
ど逃げるのが目的ではないようですね
So their objective was never escape. While she admits the encounter has been an enjoyable diversion, she must also concede that she has no time to continue playing games with the two from Defy.
では帰りましょう
Recall the security forces at headquarters.
警備隊はそう私と本部に帰還せよと言ったのです理解できませんでしたか
Ah yes, elegant, youthful demeanor, sure. Everyone is coming back with me. Was that not clear enough? Yes, understood.
どんちゃん騒ぎを起こして収穫はゼロ
All that ruckus and you still didn't catch them. Just as Nick was about to issue orders to pursue, a female voice tinged with unmistakable mockery suddenly comes from nearby. What do you mean, ban him? A small figure steps slowly out of the shadows, entering the glow of the streetlights. Igor looks slightly surprised. She hadn't sensed the approach of this doll at all.
リーバさん
Miss Leva.
驚きました。てっきりカリーナさんのそばから離れないものなのか。
Please forgive my surprise, but I thought you would be staying by Miss Kalina's side at this time.
3児の身の安全は重要事項でしょうに。
To ensure her safety.
医療用人形でもない私がつきっきりでいたところで無駄よ。
I'm not a
大
medical
事
doll.
な事案の解決に取り掛かった方がよっぽど有意義。
I'm not a medical doll. Instead of sitting around doing nothing, I'd rather be doing something more important.
大事な事案ですか。
Something more important. Ego tilts her head slightly.
はい。何のことでしょう。
That is just rude. It looked like ban on it. I thought it said ban on it. Because it's hard to see because from OBS the emotes are really, really tiny. I'm not quite sure what you mean by that.
例えばロレン政府機関の任務を妨害し管理局の高官に傷を負わせたある人形を捕まえることとか。
For example, making someone pay. A certain doll who obstructed the URNC's agencies in carrying out their duties and deliberately injured an important official.
それはこれほど重大な犯罪を犯した人形がいるならジラードグループとしても看過できません。
Oh my. As the guardians of the city, the Gerard Group will naturally spare no effort in helping you bring this unscrupulous doll to justice.
可能な限り協力いたしましょう。ぜひ十分な証拠をお渡しいただければ。
Please provide me with sufficient evidence and I will devote the greatest possible resources to accomplishing this important matter.
ええ、そのうち揃えておくわ。
Oh, there will be evidence, all in good time.
というわけでこれは非軍事勢力管理局の正式な捜査。邪魔したりしないわよね。
As a field doll of the Non-Military Forces Administration, I'll be conducting an investigation here. I trust you won't object.
ええ。
By all means. Ida makes a polite gesture, clearly uninterested in further entanglement with Leva.
逃走した危険分子を追わねばならないので、他にご用件がなければ、ここで失礼させていただきます。
If you have no further instructions, I should take my leave and continue arranging the encirclement of other potential threats.
ああ、忘れるとこだった。
That reminds me. Just as Sigla turns to leave, Leva speaks up again, her mocking tone now carrying a hint of threat.
最初に私たちを襲った連中。
About the group that launched the initial surprise attack on us.
彼らはあの二人の危険分子の仲間じゃないみたい。どこの誰か心当たりはない？
They don't seem to be affiliated with these two potential threats. Do you happen to have any guesses on who they might be?
イグラさん。
Lady Igla. Do you think Leva can snap her fingers, or are they too metal? I think she can snap her fingers.
情報のご提供感謝いたします。
Thank you for your intel. I will see to the investigation.
犯罪者は誰一人とで逃がしません。
I will ensure that not a single criminal escapes Lviv's justice. Igla gives Liva one last look, then bows to excuse herself before turning away. Her silhouette, elegant as ever, quickly melts into Lviv's nightscape.
やっぱりね。
After confirming that Igla and her forces have withdrawn, Liva swiftly drops the mocking expression from her face. She then looks toward the direction where Mestina and Alba have
本当
disappeared.
に彼女たちだったなんて。
So it really was them.
反逆正体。何をするつもりかしら。
Defy. Just what are you thinking? What are you doing?
私は強かった？うん。
Is it what are you thinking or what are you doing? Just what are you trying to do? Okay. My connection is bad again. I feel like I'm forgetting something that I was gonna do. But might as well just continue. After spending some time on the deck of the Elmo getting some fresh air, I head back towards the ops room. The dolls who had been watching the spectacle through the glass earlier have already vanished without a trace, leaving only Mailing in the hangar servicing the drones. She waves to me in greeting as I come in. Because I can probably tell that I'd rather be alone. After brewing me a cup of coffee, she says she's going to inspect the goods freshly delivered by the underground brokers and excuses herself. Thank you, girls. I would very much appreciate coffee. When I mean mows and went boom. Take a sip of coffee and sit down at the command console. Take out the card I received earlier and glance at the route displayed on the console. There's still half a day before we reach Lviv's satellite cities. Lately I've been leaving the Elmo again and again. And every time, nothing good ever comes of it. With a sigh, I toss the card aside, clasp my hands behind my head, and look up. At some point, the flying diner gate has already come to a hover above me. Oh no.
どうしたの？しみったれた顔しちゃって。
Great. It's the way too powerful gremlin. Commander, why do you look so troubled again? Don't scare me like that.
クルーガーと昔話ができてご機嫌かと思ったのに。
I thought you'd be in a super good mood having just finished catching up with Kruger.
どう考えたらその結論に至るんだ。
And how did you arrive at that conclusion?
だってほら。
Well, look. Denegate flies over to the card on the desk, circles it once, and starts projecting Dandelion's image.
最高ランクの通行証よ。これがあればリビウのどこにでも行けるわ。
Oh
武
no.
器を持とうが戦術人形を連れていようが誰も文句を言えない。
There's nothing but mischief behind those eyes. This is the highest tier identification pass in the Lviv region. With this card, you can go anywhere unimpeded. Even if you're armed to the teeth and accompanied by Tito's, no one would dare inspect you.
そんなもの。
I didn't know such passes were even a thing.
お役人様の特権ね。いちいち検査受けてたら仕事にならないもの。
Yes, you. What's up, Jew? I forgot, okay? I forgot all about the clip because I was too busy suffering that day. My deaths are probably in the hundreds by now. Plenty of officials need unrestricted access. No one wants to be searched routinely.
通行証ちょっと見せてくれる？
Can I take a look at that card? There is the card. A scanning beam shines from the Dynamit's eye and breaks over it.
20名分のマスター権限と5つ星ホテルのスイートルームの予約情報が入っていて、ホテル周辺の建物のキーカードにもなってるわ。
No, not okay. Chaos. Chaos was actively making fun of me. What do you mean working hard? Actively making fun of me and saying I gotta show that Gio needs to know about this. Well, I was mid-suffering. Oh my goodness. This card contains 20 anonymous unrestricted access identities, a reservation for a presidential suite at a 5-star hotel in Lviv, and electronic keys to several buildings around the hotel.
さすがクルーガー。用意周到ね。
Chaos, you can post the clip again, it's okay. That's up to you. Kruger really understands you. He's already arranged your entire itinerary for you.
武器も人形もなければエルモ号を降りられない誰かさんのことをよーく知ってるよ。
Skill issue.
Okay. After all, without weapons or dolls, you probably wouldn't even dare step off the Elmo.
うるさい
Oh, shut up. I wave my hand dismissively, showing the bothersome diner to get aside. I peer at the card and think about what Krieger said to me earlier. Things really aren't what they used to be. Bounty hunters can't change anything if they only ever stay in the yellow zone. If I had greater authority, maybe the dolls around me wouldn't need to risk themselves, and we could handle more bigger problems than before. But still, even with Krieger and Colleen on my side, I find the Non-Military Forces Administration and the URNC as a whole repulsive. Oh, I'm sorry. Just send it to Gio then. You know what? Considering you... Here, I'll give you VIP. Considering the absurd amount of subs you've given. Absolute insanity. This emote just unlocked for me. I'm scared. Here, hold on. Is it this one? Or is this the wrong one? Where... or... okay. That is not what it is. It's just that there has been an absurd amount of subs given and keeping the subathon going for like twice the length. Oh my goodness. Thank you for the gifts. Thank you for the gifts of again. Is the timer going up? Wait, is it not going up? Oh, okay, it did. It's just super delayed. That's an insane delay right there. There, okay. Now you can put links. Especially that man. I recall that final phone call I had before leaving Griffin, and the frustration and anger start creeping up back in immediately. Dandelion studies my expression, tilts her head, and decides to say something.
そういえば前の地下研究施設から抜き取った情報をさらに解析してみたんだけど興味ある？
Okay, you know what? I need to see this too. Because I forgot what clip it was. Because there were so many parts that you were laughing at me for, so I can't remember which part this would be. Oh my goodness. Forgot about that. I forgot about that being my first encounter with him. Speaking of WOOO, I've continued analyzing the data we gathered from the underground research facility in the Yellow Zone. Would you like to hear about it, Commander?
そうだな。話してくれ。
Go on.
あそこに誘拐された人々が非人道的な実験に使われたのは知っての通りよ。警察の資料にも同じような事例がいくつかあった。実験がかなり前から行われていた証拠ね。
What do you mean, Jiu? You make great clips. The people underground were subjected to many atrocious acts. By cross-referencing databases, corresponding cases can be found in past law enforcement archives. This indicates that these experiments have been going on for a very long time.
注目すべきは実験体となった人々と実験の過程そのものが全てカテゴライズされていること。
Any crab champion cast? What do you mean? Oh wait, Chaos, do you know about the game Crab Champions? Of course, the most valuable information to us is that, according to the downloaded data, the test subjects and procedures were systematically categorized.
そしてその情報は闇ブローカーの情報送信ルートを使用して定期的にいくつかの場所に送信されていたわ。
And this categorized data was periodically transmitted externally towards several fixed nodes.
特定できるか。
Can those nodes be traced?
いやね、この手のルートなんて何重にも偽装されてるのを知ってるくせに普通は無理よ。
So Chris was watching Jiu, and as soon as Jiu perceived Chris, Chris turned away. And I should show you Crab Champions. It's a fun game. It is exceedingly difficult though. Oh my commander, you know how those underground brokers information relay services work. They go through millions of transfers and layers of obfuscation. For ordinary people, tracing them back would be extraordinarily difficult.
普通はだろ。
But you're no ordinary person, are you? Just as I expected, Dandelion smiles in satisfaction. She quirks an eyebrow and goes on with pride.
そうね。ロレンの情報機関でも果てしなく時間がかかる。
Naturally. Even the URNC's cyber intelligence agencies would need at least a year or two to crack protection at that level.
こんなこともあろうかと思って。別のタスクを処理していた時にヘリの演算力の一部を使って数日で済ませたわ。
But I cleverly reallocated some computing power from Heli while handling another project, so it only took a few days.
そんなことして平気なのか。
Is that really okay?
大したことじゃないわ。
It's no big deal
今
for
の
now.
ところはね。とにかく すべての情報は楽園計画というワードにつながってる。そしてその計画を立ち上げ援助しているのがジラードグループ。
Anyway, I've traced all the data aggregation nodes to something called Project Eden, and that project directly points to its developers and financiers, the Gerard Group.
ジラードグループの本社はまさにリビウにあるわ。
And the Gerard Group's headquarters happens to be in Lviv.
リビウか。となるとジラードグループはパラデウスと手を組みヘレナやブージャムの実験に関わっていたというのか。
Lviv, huh? Based on this trace, can we assume that the Gerard Group is cooperating with Paradeus in undertaking... Also, you kept saying I was saying it wrong, but I always say Paradeus. Hmm? Because I said that without thinking. I accidentally used this email and he went on short people rant. Why are we catching strays, Blazer? Because. Alright, that's why. Viv, huh? Based on this trace, can we assume that the Gerard Group is cooperating with Paradeus in undertaking experiments related to Helena and Bujams?
個人的には連中がそんな大それたことをできると思わないけど。
I don't think the Gerard Group alone has the capability to pull off everything involved in those experiments.
ジラードの他にファルベンっていうグループの情報も出てきたわ。ジラードよりは存在感が薄いけど、グループとしての力はファルベンの方が上ね。
You guys don't deserve uppies. What you deserve is air jail. Besides Gerard, another entity known as SUBATHON keeps appearing in the data. Although far less frequently than Gerard, from what we've found, SUBATHON's strength surpasses Gerard's by far.
現在の形勢を見るに、ジラードも結局は利用されているに過ぎないわね。
Who are you pointing at? Given the current situation in Viv, Gerard may just be an outer shell, a disposable one that looks ready to be abandoned at any time.
トカゲの尻尾切りか。
Gerard is just a scapegoat. Last time it was up is a perpetual state for short people. I post that as you do.
なら裁判でパラデウスを倒すことは無理じゃない。
Gerard is just a scapegoat. So the public trial led by Numph has little real significance in dismantling Paradeus. Guess I'll talk, get his shit.
そうでもないわ。ジラードは大事な資金源だから深刻なダメージを与えられる。
Not necessarily. Gerard is the main hub of fund circulation, after all. Taking them down is like severing a major artery.
隠れ蓑を失うことにもなるし、かなり動きづらくなると思うわ。
Besides, without a white glove to handle execution, Paradeus' efficiency will drop significantly. That's not a bad thing.
そうだな。何もしないよりはマシだ。
Uprooting even one accomplice is better than no change at all.
それで、あなたはどうするつもり？
So what do you plan to do next, Commander? I rest my chin on my hand and nod slightly. Maybe things really are moving in a better direction. Maybe it's also time for me to make some changes.
情報を集めてくれ。ジラードと管理局両方ともな。
I can't do that while I'm reading! Help me gather information on the Viv, both on the Charge Group and Nova.
リビウに行ってジラードの行く末を見ておきたい。
Next, I want to see with my own eyes how the Gerard Group will actually be dealt with.
かつての仲間のもとへ帰るの？
Do you want to return to your former companions?
いや、ただ様子を見たいだけなんだ。
Not exactly. I just want to observe a bit longer.
今から書くことをもとにルートとプランを練ってくれ。
Let me develop an action plan. Here's the rough idea. Tell Chaos about Sapo. Sapo's my wife. I sketch out my thoughts on paper. The diner gate flies in a circle overhead as Dandelion withdraws her projection.
わかったわ。
Alright, we'll do it your way.
念のためプランは3つ用意してほしい。今すぐできるか？
To be safe, let's prepare 3 plans. This shouldn't be difficult for you. Can you give them to me now? Tell Chaos about Sapo. Also, Dandelion is as chaotic as my Dandelion. It's very squints. Helpful. Okay, people. Sapo's a character from the first game. She was one of the main cast in the first game as well. She has many nicknames. So the full designation she had, though I'm guessing her name now is literally just Sapo, but Sapo was the nickname people gave to her back in the original game, while her full designation was M4 Sapmod 2. The best way I could describe her is very strong, very fast, and very chaotic, and very protective over people she cares about. Also, is a big fan of extreme violence. To be safe, let's prepare 3 plans. This shouldn't be difficult for you. Can you give me them to me now?
今？
Like, right now?
君ならこれくらい一瞬だろう。
With your processing power, it shouldn't take more than a second, right?
相変わらず無理言うわね。
You're still a slave driver as always.
イエスと取っていいんだな。
I'll take that as a yes. I pick up the communicator. Rosa picks up almost immediately.
指揮官。
404ズッケロ。そよ風のみんなを司令室に呼んでくれ。話したいことがある。
Monsoon's with us too? Have 404 Zucchero and Monsoon come to the ops room with you. I have something to discuss with you all.
リビウに行くつもり？
Are you planning on personally entering Lviv?
さすがだな。
You read me like an open book.
了解。呼んでくるわ。
Understood. I'll summon them right away. Oh, wait, are we going in full force? Well, as close to full force as we can get currently, because we have very limited dulls at the moment, but that's still a lot more than what we've been doing so far. Soon enough, the dulls file into the ops room. The scene looks almost identical to the pre-mission briefings from years ago. They're chatting about their previous missions. Once I see everyone is present, I step out to the command console and clear my throat lightly. The room immediately quiets. All eyes turn to me as I gather my thoughts and begin.
エルモ号は現在リビウ周辺に接近中だ。先ほど来たクルーガーさんがそこで使える通行証を渡してくれた。
We're approaching the outskirts of Lviv. Mr. Kruger visited earlier and gave me a high-level access pass.
私はリビウに入ってカリンから託された任務を完遂し、パラデウスの調査を行いたいと思う。
So I plan to enter Lviv, complete the task Kalina assigned to me earlier, and investigate all information related to Paradeus.
あなたならそうすると思いました。
We knew all along that you'd definitely want to go there yourself, Commander. The other dolls nod in agreement.
みんなヘレナちゃんのことが心配ですから。
Everyone's really worried about Helena.
店長たち、今頃何をしているのでしょう。
Wonder how the manager and the others are doing now. The dolls start discussing among themselves again, but it doesn't last long before they turn the question back to me.
私たちはどうすれば？
What do you want us to do, Commander? I bring up the regional map on the console. The dolls step closer to look.
3組に分かれてほしい。
I'll just split everyone into 3 groups.
一班は私とリビウに入り、管理局の作戦に参加する。
Group 1 will enter the city with me and participate in the upcoming operation involving Nomfa.
2班は予備戦力兼情報収集。
Group 2 will enter as a rapid response unit and be responsible for gathering intelligence within the city.
3班はエルモ号の防衛と必要に応じて他班の撤退の支援。
Group 3 will remain aboard the Elmo, handling perimeter security and supporting emergency extraction for Groups 1 and 2 if necessary.
詳細はダンデライオンが話す。
Dandelion will explain the details. The Dandergate flies above the console, drawing everyone's attention.
仰々しいけど、こんなの観光みたいなものよ。
Right, this operation is practically a sightseeing trip.
まずは一班。エルモ号をグリーンエリア外縁の隔離壁付近に止めた後、コルフェンとグローザの護衛のもと、大陸間列車に乗ってリビウへ侵入。乗り換えが少なからず発生するけど、通行証があれば問題ないはずよ。
How is everyone dying, G? Got smooshed with acid. Oof. The Elmo will stop on the edge of the Green Zone's quarantine wall. Group 1 will be led by the commander, with Kofne and Groza acting as close protection. You will enter Lviv proper via the Intercontinental Railway, transferring here, then here. There aren't many satellite city transfers, so in theory, with a pass, your journey should be completely unobstructed.
わかった。
Understood. Very good, Commander. It wasn't my fault. I certainly didn't just have her in the open or anything. Cough. I thought she had more HP than that. Okay. Incredible.
2班は乗り物を用意して武器と設備を市内へ持ち込み、セーフハウスを確保して1班の周囲を観測して。
Group 2 needs to prepare vehicles, bring weapons and equipment into the city, and set up safe houses, and monitor the area around Group 1.
リーダーは来る会が適任ね。メンバーは404の一番隊とそよ風。
I suggest Klukai lead Group 2, with 404 Team A and Monsoon operating together.
指揮官が泊まるホテルはここよ。周囲にセーフハウス候補がいくつかあるわ。まずはそれらすべての下見が必要ね。
The commander will be staying at this hotel, and these are the candidate safe houses nearby. Group 2 needs to scout all of them.
こちらに土地勘はないから、現地の道路や社会情勢といった情報を集めておいて。
We're unfamiliar with Lviv, so collect as much information as possible on local roads, layout, and social conditions to support the commander's decisions.
緊急時の撤退ルートも2班の担当になるわ。そういう状況にならないと思うけど、念のためにね。
Emergency extraction plans will also be prepared by Group 2. We don't expect the worst case scenario, but it's better to be prepared.
404ではこれくらい普通よ。
This child's play for 404.
よろしくお願いします。クルカイさん。人間と接触する必要がある場合は、私たちにお任せください。
We'll coordinate closely with Leader Klukai. Any task requiring interaction with humans can be left to us.
3班はいつでもヘリコプターを飛ばせるように待機してて。もちろん、怪しい奴がいればその迎撃もね。
Group 3 must keep the helicopter ready for immediate launch, and also take care of the guests aboard the Elmo.
メンバーはズッケロの2人とクローザ正体の残りの人形よ。
I honestly don't know. Unless she got moved by an attack or something. Zukuro, you two stay on standby. The remaining members of Team Groza, please support them as well.
最善を尽くします。
We'll take care of everything aboard the Elmo.
ちゃんと守るから安心しなさい。
Even if you hadn't said it, we'd protect the Elmo.
マップとルート、その他諸々の情報はすでに全員に送信したわ。不明点があればいつでも聞いてちょうだい。
I've already sent everyone the maps, routes, and additional details. If anything's unclear, feel free to ask me anytime. Everyone nods in unison. The dolls assigned a different task begin refining their plans in their neuroclouds, while teams that need to cooperate start coordinating.
今回の目標は大きく2つ。 まずはヘレナを無事引き渡すこと。何としてでも安全を確保するんだ。
The objectives of this operation are manifold. First, ensure Helena's transfer is completed successfully and guarantee her safety. If her safety cannot be guaranteed, then if necessary, we will ensure it ourselves.
その次はジラードグループの調査だ。管理局の捜査に協力して可能な限りパラデウス関連の情報とヘレナやブージャムの実験の情報を探す。
Second, monitor the Gerard Group and cooperate with Nolfa's containment actions against them. Most importantly, collect as much intelligence as possible related to Paradeus, uncovering the chain behind the Helena and Bujum experiments.
半日後にエルモ号は目的地に到着する。みんな準備に取り掛かってくれ。
Viamo will reach the vicinity of Lviv in a heavy day. Everyone get to work. With all the tasks assigned, the dolls head off to make their respective preparations. Gluka does not leave right away. When most of the dolls have already gone, she walks over to my side and begins to speak.
指揮官の護衛ですが、その
I already know what you're doing. Her thought process is immediately, oh, I think I should be the one going with you type of thing. About the choice of personnel to escort you into the city. I think Kukai stops mid-sentence and glances toward Groza. Groza is currently focused intently on the map displayed on the commands console.
グローザと詳細を話した方がいいと思います。
I think, Commander, you should talk it over with Groza.
そうだな。ありがとう。
Thanks for the reminder. That's a surprise. She actually didn't go forward with suggesting herself. Goka nods and leaves the ops room as well. I walk over to Groza. She lifts her head and looks at me.
どうした？作戦に何か気になるところでも？
What was that just now? You seemed uncertain about the arrangement.
そうじゃないわ。
Not at all.
ただ、
It's just that...
ただ
Yeah?
人間との会話は得意じゃないわ。街に入ったらあまり役に立てないかも。
It's just that I'm not very good at dealing with humans. Once we enter the city, my strengths won't really come into play.
それに今はもっと強い人形がいるわ。護衛も私よりいい人形がいるはず。
And right now, there are those with stronger combat capabilities aboard the Elmo. There might be better candidates to serve as your escort.
うん。
I scratch my head. Groza never shows it outright, but it's obvious she's still upset about what I said back then. Doesn't look any different than usual, but with her eyes fixed directly on me, I find myself weighing my words with extra care.
その
Well,
リビューには一番息の合うパートナーに一緒に来てほしい。君より適任な人形はいないんだ。
after entering Lviv, I'll need a partner who can work with me in perfect sync. There's no better choice than you.
それに今までは人手不足で隊長役が務まるのは君しかいなかった。
And this time is different from last time. Back then, both the Elmo and 404 needed you. Without you in the lead, none of the previous missions could have been completed.
けど今は違う。君以外にも現場の指揮が取れる人形がいる。
Our manpower has expanded a lot since then. We're no longer as stretched thin as before.
となると私と一緒に動いた方がベストだ。
Under these circumstances, the best choice is for you to act together with me. I think I cut her off.
そうね。
Grizzle looks away and turns her gaze back to the command console. I feel a quiet sense of relief, like I've just been let off the hook.
覚悟はできた？
Commander, have you really thought this through?
それは
I nod.
もう見て見ぬふりはできない。
I can't just stand by and do nothing.
わかった。
I understand. Grizzle looks up again and offers me a sincere smile.
今度こそ大丈夫そうね。
I can tell you've already made up your mind.
あなたの言う通りに行きましょう。
Then let's do it your way. Grizzle looks out the window, follow her gaze, and stare into the distance. As the Elmo advances, the road stretches endlessly ahead. Perhaps it's time to take a... what, brand new approach? Is that what it said? Time to find out. Time to find out. Hold on. Take a brand new step forward. Okay. Alright, so you said to roll, right? Alright, we'll roll. Let's see. Wait, hold on. Oh, I never claimed this. Oh, wait, there's free crystals from this. There's free cubes. I should do all this. There's a lot of them. Let's see, will we get lucky? Okay, it is 6p33. Will we get lucky? Come on. Just be a fake out. Come on, be a fake out. Come on. Come on. Dang it. Give me her purple at least. That's her blue. Dang it. Hey Gio, should I roll again? Or should I continue the story? We have a lot of currency. It's just that I am trying to save to be able to just insta max out Sapo whenever she happens. Roll? Okay. Come on. Come on. Come on. Dang it. Give me her purple. Come on. Give me her gun. Or not. The game hates me. Should I roll again? How many do I have? Wait, 549. Should I roll again? Okay. Come on! Oh! Maybe. Maybe. Maybe? 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 Get out of here, Kofi. Dang it! Get out of here, Molson. Doesn't even give me the purple gun. Pain. Absolute pain. Come on! Manifest! Manifest! Okay. No purple. Manifest! Why? 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 Yes, I already know. running out of balls. I'm running out of balls. Manifest! Dang it. Wait. Come on. Fake out. Fake out. Fake out. Fake out. Fake out. Dang it. You got things instantly. Benefit. You're kidding me. You're kidding me. A billion times. Nah. You know what, hold on. Give me a second. Oh dang it, it's one of these. Seems fine. Oh, that's scary. Ain't not enough to do enough damage. They have so much health. Okay, she can do that much damage. Oh my, there's so many units. Okay, well, they don't want to die. This is a problem. This is rough.
御意従ってくれ。御意
指示は訓練の
Can I
成
do
果
it now? How is that still not enough?
交代するなら今のうちよ。どうってことないわ。
That is insane that that wasn't enough damage.
指示は
I'm at the reset. There's so many.
聞いてるわ。
Why is this one so difficult?
進歩は必須よ。
She, yeah, move her here. She didn't even use her skill. Okay. So she's probably dead. Okay.
訓練の成果ね。
So many units and I'm not doing anywhere near enough damage.
訓練の成果ね。
Doesn't seem like it's gonna do any damage at all. Yeah, I'm gonna get hit and my move is gonna get cancelled. That's what's gonna happen.
ハンデを指示は 静かにして
What the? Okay, what is this damage that I'm taking?
進歩は必須よ
Are you the one that's got me marked? I think you are.
私が終わらせる
It's gonna suck. Ow. And there it goes. Yeah, I think I gotta retry my setup here. Alright, yeah, we're gonna restart. We gotta retry that setup. Who do I want to change out though? We're gonna need somebody who does support. Because I can't just Like, out DPSing isn't working. Let's bring in Springfield. You're eeping now? Oh, okay. I think with a quote every time I see quote guy. Do you want me to go pull Alva right now? I can do that right now and just do this after. It's just I was trying to finish that quickly to get the, what's it called? All the gems. Dang it. At the very least, give me her purple gun. The game hates me. This hurts so much. This hurts so much. This hurts so much. Come on. I'm gonna hit max pity at this rate. Still not her gun. Just give me her. Yep. Give me her gun too.
昔の AA94 をもういません。これからアルガとしてあなたのために戦います。
And it didn't even give me her gun. Okay. There. There, done. Oh, wait. I didn't realize this included... Oh. I didn't realize this was using those. Hold up. If that's the case, then I can upgrade QJ pretty easily. The crew deck? What's up in crew deck? Why are you gonna kill me? Oh, is this what it is? I'm gonna have to do that another time then. But it's good to know. Interesting that Gross is in her dress. Is chaos here? What do you mean you're gonna kill me? I am summoning chaos. Violence, fire, chaos, is that what you said earlier? I'm summoning you. Okay, fine.
全員揃ったわね。始めるわ。
So everyone's here, let's begin.
呼ばれたから来たけど、もしかして私についての話？
Good, Miss Gross, I remember what I received was a meeting invitation. Relax, Eva, we're just here for some chit chat. Oh, this is part of our routine, checking on new members and how they're adapting to life on board the Elmo.
心配しなくても、私ならもう慣れてる。ここは十分快適だし。
No need to worry about me. Adapting to changing environments is a basic skill. This place is plenty comfortable already.
強いて言うなら、猫がいたら完璧だけど。
But if I had to nitpick, the presence of a cat or two would make Elmo even more perfect.
猫？前のスプリングフィールドのカフェにならいた気がするけど。
cats? I remember seeing a few at Springfield's Cafe. But it might be a bumpy and perilous ride for these little ones if we are to bring them along with us.
確かに。あんな可愛い生き物を争いに巻き込むわけにもいかないしね。
You're right. I wouldn't like to see them getting caught in the middle of a gunfight. That can be really fragile. After all these years, you still have a soft spot for cats.
あのモフモフに弱いんだ。
Yes, I just can't resist those soft little things.
そういえば、
Come to think of it... Did you think of something?
猫はいないけど、猫っぽい人形ならいるわ。
Yes, even though we don't have a real cat, we do have a doll whose behavior is very cat-like. Alright, we have Paritia.
好きなだけ耳を触らせたり、抱っこさせてくれるならいいかもしれないね。
If she allows me to touch her ears or hold her, I wouldn't mind treating her as a substitute.
冗談だよ。
Just kidding, Commander.
でも、この機会に二人を合わせるのもちょうどいいわね。
Still, we should find a time to introduce both of you. Oh, it's Miru! What you up to, Miru? Oh, hydrate. Hold on. Here, give me a second, I'll hydrate. How you doing, Miru? I've hydrated. Okay, that was kind of a measly hydrate. Let me open a new bottle. But how you doing? There we go. That's better. Oh, you just got home. I forgot you work pretty late sometimes. A lot of times. Bit a day? Oh. Miru. I suppose Paritia's always been quite elusive and unpredictable. Did it? How? How is it? I suppose. Paritia's always been quite elusive and unpredictable. You probably haven't met her yet, Alva.
ありがとう。楽しみにしてる。
If it's the case, thanks to both of you, I'll be looking forward to that rendezvous. Wait, why'd you tell me to do that talk? Nothing happened. Nothing related to Sapo. What do you mean she talks about Sapo? I could have done that at any point. Also, look at the map. What, is it these things? Is there more? Where is this? Is this the rec room? This is the hallway. Wait, is it that hallway? Oh. Oh, hello, Orca. Thank you for the raid. I did not know these three were over here. Go to comm room. Hold on, now I gotta do the thing. Thank you for the raid. Okay. Wait, let me do this. Let me do this. Hold on. What were you doing? What were you playing? Fucking my lag. How is you? I am alive. With my very slow loading. Because of how many T-dolls I have. You were Battlefield 6ing. I haven't played that in a bit. I should play that again. Because I still want to upgrade the... What's it called? I still want to upgrade the, what's it called? The vector in that game. All the way. Seafood combat log? Is this what you wanted me to do, G? He won the butt game. Yes, the Splash Bash. I won instantly. Not missing out much. They haven't added. They haven't updated. Dang. I mean, it was still a fun game when I was playing it. It was fun to just mess around and everything. Because it's like actually a decent battlefield for once. After so long. Also, you said yes, right? So, okay.
そしてあのプロトタイプの全貌が見えたんです。
Not missing out much. I thought they did up a single map? What do you mean a single map? It still is, but it's not much new content. That is actually unfortunate. Also, butt punching for a swimsuit is a wild thing to say. Also, it seems my bitrate is dying. I'm looking at it right now. It is in bad shape. I don't know how to fix that. I just blame my internet. Oh, it's 100% my internet. A single map, 3 guns, a couple gadgets, a new vehicle. Oh, that's... Ugh. That's honestly disappointing with how long it's been. But again, thank you for the raid. I honestly hope they step up their game already, because like, they have their chance. It's already a better game than COD. They just need to not drop the ball anymore and actually add more maps, more than just 3 guns, more than just 1 vehicle. Like, come on. Gadgets is like whatever, but like the rest is like the big thing. At some point I am gonna get through all the achievements for the campaign on that game. Just because they're all pretty simple. Even though I'm really mad at myself for somehow missing the dinosaur on the first map, the first level. It was right there. I remember seeing it when I first played that level. I saw it, but then it didn't give me the prompt to pick it up. Not at all. So I had to reload eventually to be able to get there again. But yeah. The little like dinosaur Easter egg, the collectible. I still remember when that was a thing. Throughout like almost every Battlefield game. Just everybody was like, oh, there's dinosaurs in the game. You can fight dinosaurs in the game. Is that meant to give you a prompt? It gave me a prompt the second time. That's the thing. It gave me a prompt the second time I tried to pick it up. But the first time, it didn't let me pick it up at all. Like, I couldn't interact with it at all. So I thought, okay, so it's just there as an Easter egg. You can't pick it up. So I didn't even... So it's like, I didn't know what I would press to pick it up. So I was just like, alright, I just left it there. But the second time I played, it gave me a prompt to pick it up. I will never forgive them. I will never forgive EA. I mean, finally saw the prototype's true form.
獅子が異様に長く、背後から触手が何本も伸びていました。
Ads? Oh. Oh no. Its limbs are unusually long and many tendrils of the same size. Wait. Hold on. You're having There is no way that out of all of the subs I've gotten, you didn't get a single one. I thought it prioritized people who were following. Because there was definitely a person who popped in who had this was the first time here. And they got a sub. So it's crazy to me that someone who wasn't followed got a sub before people who are followed it. I was sure it prioritized follows first. That's really weird. Yeah, Orca got missed somehow. Let's go gameplay. Oh, hey, Blake. Yeah, I'm honestly shocked. Oh. Thank you for the and there goes the timer. Wait. Oh my, now it's 9 hours. We were literally... Wait, really? Hold on, it doesn't tell me here. Hold on. Let me look on... No way. The first try. That is wild. That is crazy. Next year, Subathon. Oh god. Listen, it is day 17. Every time we get to like 3 hours or 4 hours left, someone drops a bunch and it goes up above 5 hours. And I thought we were finally going to get it done, where the subathon would end, but it doesn't. 365 subathon. There's a guy who's been going for like 3 years or something like that. I don't know if it's over, but it's like the longest subathon record or whatever, and it's like, it's stupidly long. I appear to keep my daily Blazer Boss stream guaranteed. I mean, I'm pretty sure I'd be streaming daily regardless, or attempting to. I'd be taking a couple breaks, but with this, it's like...
Get loved on Nerd.
Oh my goodness. With this, it's like I have to stream guaranteed each day until that timer goes to 0. And then it's like, oh, I can go back to streaming frequently, but I can take breaks and stuff at any point. But this has been endless. What day is it? 17? Gonna be 18 now because the 9 hours. Still though, the fact that you went gambling and immediately struck Orca with the sun. I very much appreciate it. We're never going to escape the subathon. Its limbs were unusually long and many tendrils of the same slender proportions grew from its back.
電磁干渉も厄介だった。
The EM interference was troublesome too.
ああ、わかった。
I think I get
電
it.
気ウナギみたいなものかな。
It's a full armor electro
電
squid.
気ウナギ？
Electro squid? That doesn't sound right.
え、違うの？じゃあ、
So it's not a giant squid, then
電気ウニ？
a psycho electro urchin?
そんな生き物なんていませんよ。
Such creature even
Alba.
exist.
代わりに説明してください。
It's more of I'm bad at describing such things. Alba, can you help me out a bit?
触手の先端は発射口と刃が取り付けられていて、中近距離戦に強かった。
Each tendril ends in a firing port for its internal armament and a blade for cleaving, giving it a clear edge in mid to close range combat.
性能は悪くなかったはずだけど、それでも失敗作として廃棄されていたようだった。
While its performance was something to reckon with, it was still a failed prototype that got shelved.
よくわかんないけど、とにかくすごかったんだ。
Still not getting it, but it sounds like something super powerful.
私一人だったらやばいだろうな。
I'd probably be dead for it if I run into that thing by myself.
あら、みんなして何の話？
Oh, it's low. Everyone's gathered here. What are you discussing?
この前遭遇したプロトタイプの話です。
Talking about that
レナと
prototype.
情報共有しようと思ったのですが、
Every time I think they're done talking, they're never done talking. Talking about that prototype from last time, trying to share intel with Lena, but
ソップさえいれば、いや、ソップでも説明できないでしょう。
Sapo mentioned. Sapo mentioned. If only Sapo's here. Forget it. She wouldn't be able to explain it clearly either.
3人もいるというのにこの低たらく。どうして私たちのような人形が残ったのか。
Three of us sitting around, yet none can even articulate our thoughts clearly. Just so happens the ones getting left behind are the likes of us.
謝った方がいいの？
Should I feel apologetic for that?
もう空気が重い。私がバカなのにみんな優しいね。
Mad dog Sapo, yeah. Okay. So the game screwed me over in getting Alva. Because I'm trying to save as much as possible to get Sapo immediately maxed out and get her weapon immediately maxed out as soon as she comes out, whenever she comes out. But every time I'm trying to save and a doll comes out that I still want to get, like Alva, the game's like, what if we make you reach hard pity? What if we make you fail the 50-50? Every time. Alright, the mood's getting too heavy all of a sudden. Everyone's good and nobody blame me for being too silly.
レナを可愛がってくれるのは嬉しいけど、メンタルログを同期した方が早いわよ。
Though I appreciate you both for taking care of Lena, I think simply transferring your neural records would be a much easier method. I have failed every 50-50. Should come out eventually. I got her in 3 pulls. Yeah, Jiu got Alva in 3 pulls. I've never hit not hard pity, except for douche. I got her first try, and that was all my luck. So some of them I get first try. But then like 2 of Alva's signature in 110. Okay, Orca, you and your hacking everything. Using your automaton connections to hack into the system to give you doubles on your 10 polls. I appreciate you both for taking care of Lena. I think simply transferring your neural records would be a much easier method.
そうだった。じゃあ同期してよ、リバね。
Right. Totally forgot about that. Then please send it to me now, Liva. Oh, well, there's that at the end of that. I didn't know about this over here. And it concerns me because Florence is involved. Also, I want to know what's over here. Look at this. It's locked though. Because the thing here, you can't open it. It's okay, Orga broke him once, tell the class player went from supportive to shattered. Oh yeah, she kept getting like every single thing in like the first 10 pull, the second 10 pull, while I was over here suffering. See? You can't go in here! Let me in! Alright, let's get back out. Here, let me show you how many pulls I currently have. Because I had to use up a ton of them for Alva. But currently, I still have 469 from cubes. And another 172 from the targeted axis. From the Doritos. But I need the save bar! So, I could just upgrade QJs because of this. Because these are just the standard pulls, I have plenty of those. Of course, nothing. See, I got like 60 still. No, there's no Saudi. Yeah, I was supportive. And then she also instantly got like some of the signature weapons too. You don't want Sapo V6. What do you mean I don't want Sapo V6? Why not? V20? You know what? Yeah. And you know how the game gives you a free ring? I'm like, that is, the Oath ring is reserved. Wow. Even the standard pulls hate me. Wow. It made me hit hard pity on the event banner. the cheap banner. Get Gus. That's a guarantee because of how it works. The last one! It had to be the last one. The game hates me. But hey, that gave me more Doritos. And you know what more Doritos means? More Doritos means more pulls. Let me go upgrade her real quick. This is good. Because this makes her like extremely good in combination with Chakra. What's up? Wow. I can't believe you'd do this to me. Didn't I... That's cool. But didn't I pull Springfield's weapon? I did. So why was it giving me the different weapon in that other scene? Remember when you put it here twice? Yeah. I remember. Why? What's up? Alright, I have new thing. Here.
昔の AA-94 はもういません。これからはアルバとしてあなたのために戦います。
I should probably switch this around a little at some point. Yeah, look at this. This is literally what I have as my thing here. Sapo win. I'm waiting. Remember I said I didn't want Florence, pulled her for the memes and got her Pepperidge Farmer. Yep, I remember that. And there are no regrets. You... What's it called? You did this yourself. But there we go. Also, yeah, so I stretch. Hold on. Oh, did that sound through the mic? My shoulder popped again. That's a sewer level. Because of course it is. And because they still haven't implemented proper enemy scaling, I can just one-shot like a billion of them. Here, look. Go, my Vector. Kill half the map in one move. Go support Klukai from that one guy who has an extremely strong Klukai. Oh, we have to use this one, okay. You lied again? What do you mean? I'm just trying to get through the story. If you knew you liked... Like Sapo. Sapo is my wife! I was tempted to do the Will Smith thing. You know, the from what was it? What event show was it that it happened? Where he slaps I can't remember his name. The keep your wife statement. I don't think I put once. I think I wanted her due to the little game. Which little game? Three brothers-in-law, me from M16 or something. Oh right, I forgot you posted about M16 and you had the bottle, and I just then I put the what's it called? The GIF of of M16 throwing the Jack Daniels. Stretch it. Ah! Go. Okay, I stretched backwards too far and almost fell back. I'm alive. I'm gonna stand up to stretch instead of using my chair. Instead of stretching my chair, because that almost led to me dying live. Okay. One with Diane and Florence and Jang Yu and Klukai and Lewis. There are many games with them in it. Like them. Oh my. I hate footsteps, kick up rhythmic splashes that echo through the vast underground passage system. In these narrow yet intricate tunnels, sound carries a long way, yet its true source is difficult to pinpoint. The Viv's underground maintenance system is nothing like the conventional impression that people tend to have of such places. Within this complex subterranean network, there is almost no odor at all. Clear water flows through the channels, having undergone multiple stages of purification. Every junction and ventilation shaft is precisely engineered to ensure the system's efficient operation. The minigame from the event before. What was it again? Was it the matching? No, wait. Okay, the event before. So Sakura's event? It was a minigame during Sakura's event? Because if there was, I don't remember it. Or if you mean the last major event, I also don't remember what was during it. You leveled them, they auto-attacked. During Lewis. Oh, you mean the Project Neural Cloud minigame. Okay, yeah. I remember now. That makes a lot more sense now. All of this is thanks to the fully automated maintenance works deployed by the Gerard Group. The entire system requires virtually no routine human upkeep. Even scheduled inspections only call for a small number of professionally trained dolls to carry out standard maintenance protocols. Since the establishment of the satellite cities, this underground system has never suffered a security breach or operational failure, and today is clearly not a scheduled inspection day. Shaking them off for now. But things still aren't looking good. Please elaborate. Ella checks the status of her weapon. She removes the magazine, smoothly racks the charging handle, and a round pops out of the chamber. She catches it in her bare hand. I've never tried doing that. I always think that, oh, next time I go fire guns, I'm gonna try doing the whole pop the round out and catch it. And then I never do it, because I forget. And then I immediately just like, ooh, target practice. My wife is QJ and her army of girls I married to make her stronger, and also because they're cute. Honestly, sounds pretty accurate. She presses the round back into the magazine, then takes out another pack of ammunition and loads it in one round at a time. Once the magazine is full, she seats it back into the weapon and chambers it. Loyalty is overrated, make QJ unstoppable. While you were fighting that doll, I checked every possible evacuation route. All routes leading to the second extraction point have been sealed off. The Gerard Group has deployed a large number of armed automatons. Getting bogged down with them would interfere with our mission timeline. Moreover, that doll. Eva hesitates, uncharacteristically unsure how to describe what she just witnessed. She saw the entire exchange with her own eyes. But Messina, Irvin, AK-15, the strongest doll in the Neo-Soviet Union, perhaps the strongest doll in the world. In a one-on-one frontal engagement, she gained no advantage at all and was even suppressed at one point. This wasn't the first time. Long ago, when Messina had lost once before, just once, and that single defeat had a deep and lasting impact. Eva has partnered with Vomistina for 10 years now, longer than even her time with the previous Snow Wolf. And yet at this time, she still doesn't know how to begin. She doesn't know what Vomistina would think.
確かにあの人形の性能は私を超えている。正面戦闘で勝てる確信はない。
Withered sub. The target doll does indeed have superior specs. Under the current conditions, I can't say I have absolute confidence that it would beat her in a direct confrontation. Vermistina's voice is calm and devoid of emotion, as if she is merely stating an objective fact.
思ったより冷静だ。
I thought you might need some time to adjust.
感情的になったところで事実は変わらない。
We're on a mission. We don't have time for emotional processing.
それに別に落ち込んだりしていない。
Besides, I don't feel discouraged.
私はあなたに負けたことを何年も引きずったけどね。
When I lost to you back then, I was discouraged for years.
技術は常に進化するものだ。
The technological advancement of doll frames is inevitable.
10年前のショーの設計でここまで持ったんだ。不満はない。
I'm already counting my blessings that Shaw's design has kept me at this level even after 10 years. Vermistina pauses, then continues in the same even tone.
最強の素体がなくとも私は私。
Even if my frame is no longer the strongest, I'm still AK-15.
反逆小隊の AK-15 だ。
I'm still a member of Task Force Defy. Ava shakes her head with a faint smile.
逆に慰められちゃった。
I didn't expect to be the one getting comforted. That's embarrassing. Ava looks up at Vermistina's calm face and quickly regains her usual composure.
ケビンと彼女からの情報が来た。あの人形はイグラ。ジラードグループ所属の第三世代人形。
I received messages from Kevin and from her. That doll is called Eaglet. She's a third-gen doll affiliated with the Gerard Group. So you unlock icons based on the marriages. Oh yeah, that is true. You do get what's it called? You do get icons. Like you also get there's the Cantor screen. Don't you also get the little wobbly like chibi iron sight thing as well? Or is that for something else? What? Yep, okay, gotcha. I couldn't remember if it was or not. I received messages from Kevin and from her. That doll is called Eaglet. She's a third-gen doll affiliated with the Gerard Group.
財団内では最強の第三世代人形って呼ばれてるみたい。
Apparently, she holds the title of the strongest third-gen doll within the conglomerate.
だが作戦を中止するわけにはいかない。どうする？
Yeah, I remember the acrylic sword. This doesn't change our course of action. Is the plan still viable?
O43 を連れたままだとリスクがある。作戦を少し調整した。
Carrying 043 comes with too many unpredictable risks. So I want to make some adjustments to the plan. I will send her revised plan to Vomistina, who frowns slightly as she reads it.
今のところ、下水道はまだあの人形の盲点。
You're simply vibing. That's good. That's what it's all about, you know. Just vibing. The sewer system was indeed a blind spot that doll failed to notice at first.
でもいずれ気づくと思う。囲まれるのは時間の問題。
By judging from the command capability she demonstrated, encircling this area and tightening the perimeter is only a matter of time once she reorganizes and coordinates her forces.
直接接触は避けられた。お前の判断は正しい。
Still, we successfully broke contact. Your decision was correct.
一時的には、
For now.
いくら下水道が複雑でも、出入り口は限られている。
No matter how complex the underground system is, it's still a finite space with predictable entrances and exits.
だから、ケビンに O43 を連れ出してもらう予定は取り消す。町の警戒レベルは高いし、彼にはまだ生きてもらいたい。
So I've decided to abandon the plan of handing O-43 over to Kevin for extraction. Lviv's security alert level is already high, and it's better for everyone if he stays alive.
とはいえ、私たちが連れたままなのも違うだろう。
I wouldn't be surprised if they eventually add it as a permanent mode, because they have like the arcade in the rec room, and they've added some modes to it. So I wouldn't be surprised if eventually they make it so, like, they continue adding the minigames to it. Getting O-43 while executing your plan is too risky.
任務を最優先して箱は管理局に託すべきだ。
Our mission should take absolute priority. I think the container can be handed over to Nopha.
これは言いたくなかったんだけど、
I didn't really want to bring this up.
彼女に O43 について調べてもらって分かったんだけど、ジラードグループの総裁オレク・ジラードはとっくの昔に管理局と協力関係を結んでいた。
Like, about the cat cafe thing? It is literally a minigame about making drinks, and as you make drinks you unlock stuff, including cats, to have roaming around. And the latest version had cats that had like passive buffs to the cafe that you could have. You'd also have little like Easter egg ones roaming around too. I really need to remember to do the surveys, especially because they actually give you a decent amount of gems, and I keep forgetting to do them. Or not gems, crystals. Crystals? Cubes. Cubes. They're cubes. They're collapse pieces, but they're cubes. Highly caffeinated cats. Yes, they are indeed highly caffeinated cats. Do not give coffee to cats. In real life, do not give coffee to cats. Pretty sure it's poisonous for them. Because I know it's bad for dogs too. Pretty sure you just don't want to give coffee to like anything that isn't a person. Highly catnipped cats. It's okay, I am in the middle of a level. I'll do it after. That you sent me? Yeah, coffee's bad for any animal. I do know coffee makes spider... Oh, well, maybe I should have mentioned that. It makes certain type of creature drunk instead of caffeinated. But yeah, don't give it to any animal. But I specifically had her look into O-43, and the conclusion was that Gerard Group's president, Oleg Gerard, had already reached a cooperation agreement with Nonfa.
じゃなきゃ楽園計画の中心と言っていい O43 をわざわざジラードの目の前にあるリビウに届けさせた理由の説明がつかない。
That explains why Nonfa would deliberately send O-43, a component of Project Eden and something that could fairly be called a dangerous object, to Lviv, right to Gerard.
彼女たちも一枚噛んでいるというのか。
They're involved too?
いや、多分な関係。そう信じたい。
No, I don't think it goes that far, at least. I trust their conscience.
組織としてジラードと手を組んでいたのは事実だけど、管理局に所属している全員が承知しているとは限らない。
But it is also a fact that Nonfa and Gerard have reached a consensus. They work for Nonfa, but they don't represent Nonfa itself.
だが管理局にジラードをかばう理由はない。
The Non-Military Forces Administration has no reason to cover for the Gerard Group.
これは推測だけど、ジラードは自分たちが身代わりになるのを察知して管理局に寝返ったんだと思う。
Admittedly, this is only a possibility, and I judge it more likely that this is so-called cooperation is the Gerard Group offering allegiance to Nonfa to avoid becoming a scapegoat.
とはいえ、 裏が取れるまで組織としての非軍事勢力管理局は信用できない。
What's up to you? But for safety reasons, we can't place our trust lightly in Nova as an organization without concrete intelligence.
Bats can eat coffee. Confirmed. I am now going to chug so much caffeine I got the green light.
No! No, Jill, it's bad for you. Also, thank you for the sub. Chaos. Did the timer go up? I think it did. Why is my bitrate so bad? Hold on. What's going on? What if I close this? Oh, the bitrate is so bad. If I do this, and then this, and then that. It didn't? It didn't go up. Ah. I don't know if you've heard, but Yokotaro, creator of Nier, is writing his own version of a new Evangelion. I did hear he was doing something. I just didn't know that's what it was. Okay. Also, I need to fix the timer, because of course I do. What was it again? Sub ad time. How much was it for a sub again? If this would load. Miruki no Sanka. Let's see. Okay, sub ad time. And it's... Oh my gosh. I forgot how much I made it. That's crazy. Hold on. Your blood is coffee. I think it's this much. Did it work? It worked. Okay, well, we're back up again. I don't know. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if it's completely placebo, that it's, oh, it's a better coffee or something.
それも彼女の意見。
That's also what she thinks.
なら作戦の継続も彼女の判断を仰ぐべきだ。
I think we need her to make the call. Your plan is too risky. At the very least, she should provide intelligence support. I will let Sara sigh.
本当なら彼女の邪魔をしたくない。あと少しで財団とパラデウスの真相にたどり着けるかもしれない大事な時期で、余計な連絡を取るのはリスクになる。
You mean like the thing where they eat extremely tiny portions? Or they eat things that are just dumb, like, oh, this is a deconstructed blah blah blah, and it's literally just a bunch of raw ingredients. Yeah, that's fair. I don't want to disturb her. Not just out of safety concerns, but also because this is a critical moment. She might be just one step away from uncovering the conglomerates and Patateo's inner workings. We can't drag her down.
でも他に方法はないか。
But right now, there really isn't a better option.
あの人の座標だけならすぐに調べられるかもしれないしね。
I suppose I can ask her to provide that person's precise location. It's just a single set of coordinates. It should take no time at all.
今はもうとにかく相手の意表をつくしかない。
At this point, going straight for the kill is our best chance, in a way the enemy doesn't anticipate.
同意だ。
There's a frozen food trend now? Agreed. Ova takes out the cube-like communicator once more. But Mestina watches her quietly, then she suddenly pipes up.
パズルを解いたらキューブが喋ったりするのか？
Yeah. Like, I don't get it. What? If you turn it to the right position, the cube will start talking.
いや、これは16進法で暗号化して物理回路を通した保護設計で。
Of course not. It's based on hexadecimal algorithmic logic encryption with physical link pathways added to increase isolation and security. Ava looks up.
もしかして私に気を使って冗談を？
Wait, did you just try to crack a joke for Mestina? Are you worried about me? Mestina closed her eyes.
冗談が言えるようになったと彼女が知ったらきっと喜ぶよ。
She would be so pleased to know that you've developed a sense of humor.
いや、笑われるだろう。
She'd just laugh at me. Then Mestina falls silent again, looking decidedly sullen. Ava gently shakes her head, her lips curled up in a small smile, and redirects her attention to the cube. She flexes her fingers. Micro data ports extend from her fingertips and connect precisely to the terminal's secure interface. With another flex of her fingers, hair-thin auxiliary digits emerge and insert themselves into the cube as if they had a mind of their own. Data flow through the auxiliary digits and interface with Ova's neural cloud. Boy Messina watches silently, periodically scanning both sides of the tunnel with her wolf eye. The answer to "Are you evil?" to them, the answer is yes. The cube gradually lights up. The link on the other end has successfully been established. But Mestina casts a questioning glance at Alva but remains silent. After several seconds of processing, Alva finally speaks.
ウォッカが欲しい。
I need a vodka. Mestina frowns. She suppressively urged to question Alva about what is going on while looking back and forth between the communicator and Alva's tightly knit brows. After a long silence, Mestina finally decides to ask. But at that very moment, the light in Alva's eyes abruptly goes dark and the auxiliary digits extending from her fingers retract at once. The cube drops to the ground, producing a crisp, muted blast as its built-in emergency self-destruct protocol wipes everything.
信号がブロックされて逆探知された。
Of course. The signal was intercepted and traced. Before Mestina can ask, Alva has already delivered a concise status report. Her expression turns grim. After only a brief pause, she rises swiftly and starts moving in a certain direction.
座標データは取得できたけど、こっちの位置もバレた。進もう。
I've obtained the coordinates, but our position is now exposed. We need to advance deeper into the tunnels.
ああ、
Understood. Mestina replies tersely with no superfluous words. She quickly grabs O-43's container and adjusts its position for optimal ease of carrying. Oh, look at that view. Must sleep 48-hour mark hit. Good. Thank you for the alert, as well as the subs. Please sleep. Good night. Inside a highly integrated tactical command room, rows of display screens cast a blue glow over the faces of technicians at work. The hum of data analysis, systems, and communications monitoring equipment weaves together into the distinct tension of a battlefield.
信号ロスト。追跡時間 1.24 秒です。
Ma'am, target comm signal tracking interrupted after 1.24 seconds.
1.24秒。賞賛に値 する反応速度ですね。
1.24 seconds. Quite a fast reaction time. Impressive. Ika stands elegantly before the main control console. Brand new uniform is immaculate with not a wrinkle in sight. Her movements unhurried as if she is enjoying a refined performance.
これはイグラ様、どうやら例の信号、グループ内部のネットにいるようです。
Ma'am, preliminary signal analysis indicates that the signal source connected to the doll appears to be located within the group's internal network.
筋は通ります。
That is indeed a logical inference.
やはりグループ内部でした。
Of course it would be internal.
まさか知っていたのですか？
You already knew? Can't say I've ever felt cookies and cream tasted better than just Oreos. Yeah.
先の包囲作戦でこちらは最善を尽くしました。
Consider the encirclement operation just now. We made the most thorough arrangements and plans possible.
それこそ非公開の技術を使ってまで。それでも失敗しました。なぜだと思います？
We even employed certain special technologies that cannot be disclosed to the public. Yet even under those circumstances, our operation still went awry. Awry? I think it's awry, right? Tell me, what would be an appropriate explanation for that?
確かにどう考えても隙のない作戦でした。
Indeed. By all logic, with plans and deployments so complete, the operation should have been watertight.
詳細を知ることができるのはその技術のテストに関わったグループ内のわずかな人員だけです。
The operation was never disclosed externally, but within the group, a small number of specific personnel did have access to it.
そこから導き出せる推論は
For testing purposes, there were individuals with varying degrees of possible foreknowledge. In such a situation, what is the simplest conclusion?
情報漏洩。
An internal information leak?
そういうことです。
A remarkably accurate description. Eva turns gracefully and returns to her command position. She folds her hands atop the desk, her posture composed and dignified. Her gaze settles on the sewer topographical map, continuously updating on the display and on the search perimeter that is steadily shrinking. Her expression is calm as still water, yet deep within her eyes flickers a light much like Alva's when she enters analytical mode. A traitor? Or a long-embedded spy? How long have they been lurking? How much critical intelligence have they obtained? And how much has already been passed on? Ika's gaze remains serene and courteous, but anyone who knows her can sense the restrained anger beneath that elegant facade.
聞いても無駄だと思いますが
This may be an unnecessary question, but please indulge me anyway.
その信号追跡できますか？
Can that internal signal source be traced?
いえ、あまりにも早く消えたもので。
No, it can't. The cutoff was too fast, we didn't have time to trace it back.
でしょうね。
As expected. Ika gives the security officer a polite nod and steps out of the command room. He takes out an exquisite-looking communicator, frowns slightly and presses the call button. At last, my dear Lady Igla. Took you long enough to contact me. So did you mess up?
お望みの品が奪われました。
What you wanted was taken. We're in pursuit. Who is this? Just like I predicted, huh? You refuse to believe me. What a shame. We should have made a bet or something. Ika's frown deepens. She reins in her emotions and continues speaking to the communicator. What's up, Jay?
箱の位置は特定できました。強奪しに来た人形は反逆正体。あなたの予想通りでした。
I've already identified the location of the container. Just as you anticipated, the dolls who came to seize it are indeed Task Force Defy.
My, those two dolls are anything but easy opponents. Even if you're the strongest third-gen doll, you really shouldn't underestimate them, okay?
ご冗談を。万全の体制で迎え撃ちます。
You flatter me. I will respond with full and thorough preparations.
ところで、奪われた箱を利用して、あの二人を追跡できませんか？
What I'm wondering is, can you track those two dolls continuously via the container they took? I don't even know where that container is. How would I Oh, hang on a sec. Didn't you just say you found the container's location?
ええ。彼女たちの通信を傍受して、大体の座標を割り出せました。
Indeed. Were intercepted their external communications. We can now determine an approximate coordinate.
今彼女たちのいる下水道はジラードグループの信号増幅装置が設置されています。それを使えば
I always find the nodding versions of those gifs really funny. Or the emotes. The sewers they're in should all be equipped with signal amplifiers installed by the Gerard Group. I believe you could use them to forcibly establish a connection with the container. That's true. Hold on, I'll get right on it. Found it. Connection successful. I'm sending the location over now. Also, let's cause them some extra hassle while we're at it. Hassle? There may be powerful Tito's, but even they're bound to be thrown off by something like this, right? I'm having so much. In any case, this should slow them down. Now it's up to the strongest third-gen doll to catch them. Is that what it said? I can check again. If this would load properly. Yeah, now it's up to the strongest third-gen doll to go and scratch. In reaching the kind of destination or limit all enemies. So I could do something real funny. Hold on. Let's see, how do I want to do it though? I guess starting... What's my range here? Only 3. I guess I might as well just do this. Everything dies. Almost. I don't know how that one didn't die. I thought I did it from here. Eh. No blood pressure, low blood sugar. Alright, so what was it that you told me to show? Is it an emote or something? This one? Think cat thoughts. Here are the emotes. There's this one, which is of her hugging a cat with hearts. There you go. I'm almost
done, but how much is there left? One level and one story point. Let me at least do this, but I think I could finish this. I think I can.
じゃあ始めよっか。了解。
That works.
わかった。訓練の成果ね。どうってことないわ。
I can go up there? What? You did.
作戦終了。帰ろっか。
That was just a side level, now that I think about it. Also, I thought you were going to bed, G. Okay, I really should finish this though before I end up I could do this at any point, actually. This, I gotta eventually just finish doing all of these, because then you get a ton of gems each week. And eventually figure out how these work, and if you get anything from these, you do. First clear. Oh wait, so these don't even matter. You can just do them and it's another 150. Ignoring your crisis. It's not a crisis, you already knew this. How could it be a crisis? I didn't mean to exit like that. You know what? I think I am gonna take all the time it'll take to finish it.
I find it really funny Sweet Pea can't stand cats but is obsessed with dogs. Equally unsafe sweetheart.
Yeah. Let me drink more water. The dull sound of dripping water echoes through the empty sewer passageways. The metal walls, once refined by meticulous engineering, are now marred with scorched black marks left by ammunition, clearly recording the firefight that took place not long ago. The air, once heavy with disinfectant, now carries a faint scent of gunpowder, a reminder of what has just unfolded here. Alva and Voimistina sit with their backs against the wall. Their combat suits are already soaked through, punctured by several fresh bullet holes. A silver-grey pod lies quietly nearby. Despite the fierce battle, its surface bears not a single scratch. But Misty remains silent as she methodically checks her weapon. The metal rustles and clatters occasionally while she works the parts. Ella fiddles with a slightly singed lock of hair between her fingers, thinking through their next move. Even as the enemy closes in again and again, she maintains her composure, as if all of this has already been accounted for in her calculations. The silence continues until Vomistina finishes checking her weapon. She looks up at her partner, her tone calm yet resolute.
破壊する。
Destroy it. What? Ella freezes for a moment, clearly not understanding what her partner has abruptly uttered.
お前の作戦ではこの箱を守りきれる保証がない。
According to your plan, we can't be 100% sure that we can hold onto the container.
これを持ったままでは足手まといだ。
The container slows our movement and drags down the efficiency of our operation.
ジラードに奪われでもすればどうなるか想像もつかない。
And if it's seized by the Gerard group, the risks would be immeasurable. Misty glances toward the pod lying not far away.
破壊すれば私たちは思い通りに動けるし、楽園計画が成功するリスクも消える。
If we destroy it, we increase our mobility and accelerate the execution of the plan, while also cutting off Patadeo's ability to complete Project Eden with it.
これが最良の選択だ。
That is the most rational choice. But Misty puts forth her argument grimly. She seems to have anticipated Alva's reluctance, but she speaks her mind anyway.
Holly does not seem to know what a cat is. You know, Holly doesn't seem to know what a lot of things are.
ダメ。
No. This is what Messina expected. Alva rejects her proposal outright. It has always been this way. Sometimes Alva accepts what Messina's suggestions, sometimes she does not. 10 years have passed. Alva is no longer the doll she once was. Now, not even she can easily sway Alva's decisions.
ボイマスティナ。
Alva gazes at Messina sourly. In the past, she could never read Vomistina's thoughts, standing before her. Alva would feel nothing but unease, as if facing a slab of cold steel. But in time, she finally understands why she always calls Vomistina an open book. Her emotions are simple and straightforward.
理屈はわかるけど、それは私たちのやり方じゃない。
I understand your reasoning, but this isn't how we do things.
楽園計画の詳細も不明だし、王43がどういう役割を果たすかもわからない。彼女でさえ情報をつかめずにいるんだから。
Besides, the exact nature of Project Eden remains an unknown variable. O43 is a core component, yet her concrete function and role are still unclear. Even her intelligence network can't provide complete data.
むやみに破壊したら、それこそ何が起こるかわからない。
Destroying her rashly could trigger unpredictable chain reactions.
それでも奪い返されるリスクよりは低い。
I believe the risk of destroying it is lower than the risk of failing the mission, or of Gerard reclaiming it. Ella remains patient.
それに、正体が何であれ、この子自身はただの無垢な子供だよ。
So maybe you just recognizes cats as better dogs as something symbiotic like humans. Birds are both. Eat birds and eat chickens and dug eggs, but the adults tend to attack them. Maybe, yeah. No matter what function she serves as O43, or what role she plays in whatever plan, she herself is just an innocent little girl who knows nothing of the world.
パラデウスとジラードが何をやろうと、この子に罪はない。
Whatever Patadeos or Gerard intends to use her for, she herself is blameless.
私たちとアンナが出会った時のこと、
Do you
覚
remember?
えてる？
Do you remember how we met Anna?
私と、いや、私が復帰した時の潜水艦基地の任務だな。アンナはパラデウスの失敗作だった。
The mission went RP. When I formally rejoined the unit, the submarine base, she was a failed subject among Patadeo's experiments.
Oh, that, yeah, we rescued a bunch of like what were considered failed experiments, but it was a bunch of like NATO kids. We rescued them, and then we sent them to Javier, and who knows what happened to them. It's been 10 years, so like maybe they're actually like actual like members of like organizations and stuff now. It is that time of night where I contemplate whether or not I should make a PNG YouTuber stream. It'd be like that sometimes.
私たちとアンジェはアンナとその姉妹たちを見つけた。
Anja mentioned. We and Anja found her along with her other sisters.
アンジェは彼女たちを助けることを選んだ。それは反逆正体としての選択でもあった。
Angie chose to save them. That was her choice, and it was Task Force Defi's choice.
子供を手にかけることは私たちの初心に反する行為だよ。
Oh, dang it. Which one do you want? Which one do you want? Which one do you want, you? Man with I always find it funny how that's all you refer to it as, just man with gun. Alright, give me a second. Please don't kill my stream. Please don't kill my stream. Okay. There we go. Yeah, so okay. What how bad is the delay? Can I lay hands on innocent children when we see that goes against the very reason we're doing all this?
人助けがしたいなら今回の任務を放棄してケビンに迎えに来てもらって撤退するといい。
If you believe saving people comes first, then we can abandon this mission and have Kevin extract us.
いや、次の機会はない。
We won't get another chance.
なら結論はもう見えている。
And the conclusion is obvious.
私たちには果たさねばならない使命がある。そして今は箱を守り通す力もない。
We have a mission that must be completed, and with our current capabilities, we cannot secure this container. My internet is suffering. Help me.
パラデウスに奪われたら、それこそ彼女にとって大きな苦痛が待っているかもしれない。
If Paradeus reclaims her, the suffering she will endure will far exceed what she's facing now.
ここで破壊するのがせめてもの情けだ。
Destroying her is mercy.
破壊破壊
Oh no. Laser in on stream. You have gained time on the counter, not lost any. Yep. Yep. The debate is suddenly interrupted by a clear, childish voice coming from right between the two of them. Why is Helena awake? Both of them start at the same time, instinctively jumping to their feet into combat stance as they turn toward the source of the voice. The Silvergray pod that had been sitting quietly nearby is somehow opened. Doll-like little girl steps out. Behind her, the pod itself splits into countless tiny components, which then are grouped into three spherical clusters. Joined together by a force that appears to be magnetism, they form three metallic orbs that float at the girl's side. A small figure peeks out from behind the metal spheres, waving her tiny fists as she shouts excitedly. Ara recognizes her. This is Helena, the immune individual designated O43 mentioned in the files. Her expression is innocent and bright, clearly unaware of what those words mean to Alva, Faustina, or even to herself.
嘘。
How?
なんかかっこいい
That sounds so cool.
スケか破壊って何
Is she gonna panic because she realized the commander's not there? Commander, what does destroy mean?
ピコ
Commander? Oh no. Where are we?
お前たち誰
Who are you? Oh no. What happened to Cafe Zucchero? What do you mean what happened to Cafe Zucchero? Like what happened to the squad? As in like what happened to Springfield and Macchiato? Or do you mean like the cafe itself? Or the truck? Like you gotta be more specific. Also, yeah, this might cause some problems because they were escorting. Oh, that. Yeah, no. What happened with them is they were escorting her. They were about to hand her over early to Kalina. And then they got attacked. And then
after getting attacked, the PSA along with Igla appeared, and the dolls went to hide Helena, which led to Igla knowing exactly where the box was, and her saying, "Oh yeah, we have to investigate to see if there's any dangerous objects that were illegally transferred and all that." And Kalina was saying, "Well, you don't have the jurisdiction because we're in the middle of a mission, so get out of here." So then, in a specific targeted attack of acute radiation poisoning was directed towards Kalina. So she immediately started suffering effects, which then turned into them like, oh, they're trying to wait for reinforcements from the Nomfa to arrive to back them up in terms of doing their mission and everything, because they were outnumbered by PSA, by the PSA guys as well as Igla. So they were trying to hold their ground and everything, and that's when the big explosion happened. The box gets taken. Igla immediately runs after the box. Macchiato and... Okay. Basically, everyone except Leva helped Kalina to get her out of there and to a hospital, while Leva went and chased after Igla. And that's what happened. Hey, a small murder child with super powerful guns is panicking in a small enclosed space. Yep, very good. Girls. Helena's gun sphere turrets can destroy buildings in like 5 shots. Yeah. Looking around, everything she sees is vastly different from what she last remembered. And a surge of fear threatens to overwhelm her. When she notices the 2 T-dolls watching her, Helena quickly retreats several steps. The 3 metal orbs immediately reconfigure into a simple barrel, partially shielding her body and leaving only a pair of wary eyes exposed. What's going on? Oh, it should only open with a special sequence. Or it was opened remotely by force.
私たちが圧倒的に不利だな。敵は明確に彼女とリンクしている。
Our situation is already extremely precarious. The enemy can clearly connect to her.
潮時だ。
I believe the risk level is now unacceptably high.
いや、まだなんとかなる。この子を守るよ。
I think it remains controllable. We need to continue protecting her. And it stays on guard behind the metal barrier, her gaze darting back and forth between the two as if assessing the threat. The 3 metal orbs vibrate faintly, ready to react defensively or offensively at any moment. As Vomistina's wolf eye attempts to scan Helen and the spheres beside her, the system displays flooded with error messages of failed analysis. She pays a little mind. This has not been a rare occurrence in the past 10 years. She takes a small step forward, intending to investigate further, but the movement immediately triggers Helena's alarm. Don't move! And his voice is filled with fear, yet edged with threat. The 3 metal orbs instantly shift into a more aggressive formation. Flood warning alerts erupt in both Eye and Vomistina's uncharacteristically frozen in place.
ボイマスツナ、止まって。
Vomestina, please remain still.
私たちの特にあなたの動きを警戒している。
She seems extremely sensitive to our movements, especially yours. Vomestina halts, looking at the clearly overstressed little girl with some bemusement.
ヘレナ。
Alva speaks up, deliberately softening her tone in an attempt to lower Helena's guard.
大丈夫。傷つけたりしないから。
We won't hurt you. We're actually protecting you.
嘘だ。前たち悪い顔してる。
Oh dang. Liar, you don't look like good people. Metal orbs shake more violently, reflecting her emotional instability.
確かに私たちは強引にあなたをここまで連れてきた。でもそれはあなたを
What do you
守る
mean,
ため。
acknowledge you? You have been acknowledged. You were acknowledged. Just talking about the incident with Krolik again. when it came to Helena getting bonked. It's true that we took you away from where you were before, but that was for your own safety. That was Bro Furrow slightly as she comes to a sudden realization.
そうするよう指揮官に言われたんだ。
Oh right. The commander asked us to look after you.
指揮官
Praise Krolik or I protest. Yes, Krolik did amazingly by brute forcing her way through everything as usual. And his attitude softens little. The glow of energy within the 3 metal orbs dims, though she remains highly alert.
やっぱり嘘
You're lying.
指揮官どこ
Where's the commander?
指揮官は後で迎えに来るよ。
To be fair, all this sounds really questionable. And you're not doing a very good job at calming her down. Like, change the situation to like a modern day random kid wakes up with 2 strangers in this is a literal sewer. Well, it's not a sewer. It's like a water treatment mega pipe thing. But let's say it's like whatever, you know. Literally the only reason the team is alive half the time is Krolik. Krolik is just a good example of that violence is the answer a lot of the time. The commander will come to pick you up later.
今は大事なお仕事に行っているだけだから心配しないで。
He has to handle an important mission right now, so don't worry, okay?
本当に
Really?
そしたらエルモ号に戻れる。
Wrangled Fepling. Yes, when the time comes, you'll be able to go back to the Elmo.
私たちは昔指揮官と一緒に戦った人形なんだ。信じて。
Both of us are dolls who have served as the commander before. Please believe us.
人形じゃあいいやつ
Dolls are probably good. Lowers the hands she has been holding up in front of herself. The metal orbs descend as well, no longer looking ready to fire.
今までのこと覚えてる？
Do you remember what happened before?
例えば洞窟のような場所、地下にある祭壇、そこで何が起こったか。
There's a place like a mine, an underground ritual site. Do you remember what happened there? She's just rash sometimes. Yes, only sometimes. Ella tilts her head, clearly not understanding what all it means. Eva thinks for a moment and decides to try a different angle.
じゃあ楽園計画は知ってる？
I really hope this doesn't cause... Do not bring up the doubting psychic child's trauma before she trusts you. Do you know what Project Eden is? And his body stiffens at the mere mention of Project Eden. The metal orbs floating around her abruptly freeze in place. And now we've awakened the trauma. No, don't say it. But clearly sees a pure terror flash across Helena's eyes. The little girl clenches her fists, her body begins to tremble uncontrollably. Faint whimpers of fear escaping her. I mean, upside, I did hydrate by the way, upside, maybe this is enough to convince Formicina that they need to continue to protect her and get her out of there. I'm not going back to that place, no. Not going back. Mestina registers Helena's fear, but she lacks experience in dealing with such emotional outbursts. She maintains her guard while turning her head slightly toward Alba.
安心して。誰にも連れて行かせない。絶対。
It's okay, Helen. I promise you we won't let anyone take you back to that place. Ava gently comforts the frightened girl with far more practice. She cautiously extends her hand and takes hold of Helena's. Though it is only biomimetic, her physical warmth is clearly transmitted to Helena's palm.
約束する。
I promise. Really?
指切り減慢しようか。
Of course. Not to make a pinky promise. Pinky promise?
約束をするときにこうやってお互いの小指を引っ掛けて。
Like this. Once we hug pinkies, we have to keep our promise. Ava hugs her little finger around Helena's.
あなたは楽園計画が怖いの？
Why would you say its name again? You're really scared of this Project Eden, aren't you? Whose emotions have just begun to settle, visibly tenses up again when Alva brings up Project Eden once more. She shakes off Alva's hand and stumbles backwards several steps. Pearl eats bad.
ヘレナ。
Instead of chasing after her, Alva stays crouched where she is and continues to speak softly and patiently.
私たちもそれを悪いものだと思っている。
It's one step forward, two steps back here, Alva. I think so too. It's a terrible thing.
だから止めに行こうとしてるんだ。
That's why we want to stop it.
でも何も知らないと止めようもないの。
But if we don't know what it is, we can't stop it.
知ってることがあれば何でもいい。教えてくれる？
If you know anything, could you please tell us? Please. Strange.
変な。
Strange? A strange woman wants to open the door.
ド
Open the
どこ
door?
の？
What door? This Alva is about to press further in an instant. Yeah! Did you guys forget? You know, you guys are literally being hunted. Thunderous explosion rose from deep within the passage, shattering the suffocating silence and cutting off Alva's thoughts. A shockwave carrying rubble and debris spreads rapidly through the tunnel, causing visible structural damage. Multiple walls are blown through, forming irregular holes as stones and dust rain down in thick clouds. And it lets out a terrified scream. Three metal orbs emit erratic, high-frequency vibrations, clearly entering an emergency defense mode. Christina turns toward the source of the explosion, instantly entering full alert. Wolfeye activates wide-spectrum scanning, attempting to assess the threat level of the approaching enemy.
追っ手が罠にはまった。
The search team has set off our trap.
移動する。
Fall back. Robella, where are you? Yeah, no, Robella would be significantly better at this. Lucia would teach her to be all chuny, and Macchiato would teach her to turn into a tsundere. They're following us really closely. Looks like her movements were reviewed after all. Yeah, maybe you should have kept moving. Oh, it's these things. Withdrawal point has been marked. Oh, we got the Zero model. When does she come out again? 'Cause she'll become available, and I'm 100% getting her when it happens. But like, careful, I'll protect the objective. Alright, it's an evacuate everyone mission, and we have to get all the way over there. Good thing it's mainly high mobility units that we're using.
了解
Boom.
くらいきれ分かった どうってことないわ
That's exactly how it would go down too.
指示は 分かった前進どうってことないわ指示は 分かったどうってことないわ
Dang it. Yeah, screw it. Hold on.
訓練の成果ね
Just to get her movement up. Because the rest of them can go in there in the same turn.
指示は分かった
In the narrow passage, the sound of flowing water is completely drowned out by movement. In its place are three distinct sets of footsteps along with breathing rhythms distorted by environmental pressure. The walls along the way are riddled with bullet holes and scorch marks, with the metal structural layers penetrating the reinforced concrete underneath becomes exposed. Craters and bird marks from thermal weapons form an irregular pattern. Spent casings and debris of the walls litter the ground in chaotic disarray. The emergency lights flicker on and off, illuminating the exhausted figures of Alva and Voimistina. Helena keeps a safe distance from Voimistina, the metal orbs hovering around her forming a mobile defense barrier. However, she now at least allows Voimistina to move within a 3-meter radius without triggering her defensive response. So muchly sensitive, protective, and bam, yeah. Her body language still shows caution, but the hostility in her eyes has lessened. Voimistina suddenly halts and turns back toward the way they came. Ofi activating the remote acoustic analysis module. The advance of the pursuing forces is precisely captured and analyzed, indicating they are closing in step by step in a tactical formation. At the same time, regular sounds are coming from other tunnels as well. The enemy has likely pinpointed their location and formed an encirclement. Voimistina casually peels off the severed limb of a combat automaton still clinging to her, and touches the broken military knife at her waist with only the hilt remaining. Their current combat parameters, breaking through the outer barrier blockade, is theoretically possible. However, if the third-gen doll known as Igla arrives on the scene and engages them in direct confrontation, Voimistina will not be able to cover Alva and protect Helena.
どうしたの
Voimistina, what is it? Alva notices her partner has stopped. Standing a few steps ahead, she turns back with a questioning look.
イグラもいる私が足止めしよ
Igla's coming. I'll hold her off. Voimistina's voice is low and resolute.
イグラ
She's coming, huh? Alva considers this briefly.
あなたはヘレナを連れて離脱して
You take Helena and break through the encirclement.
ういや奴は私が倒す
No. I'll defeat her, then you can proceed with your plan. Voimistina stubbornly stands her ground, not accepting Alva's decision as readily as she usually does. Alva doesn't argue right away. She falls silent for a few seconds, a complex light flickering through her eyes. Her expression sharpens with unusual focus as she turns her head, clearly thinking something through.
あなたの状況判断は正しい
Your assessment is correct, Voimistina. I agree with it.
でも修正しないといけない変数がある
But I need to revise one key parameter.
変数
Key parameter.
あの第三世代人形は倒す。
Someone tells me to defeat that third gen doll.
でも実行するのはあなたではなく私。
But the one to do it is me, not you. Thomasina's eyes widen in extreme confusion and dissent. This decision completely overturns their decade-long division of roles and operational patterns, exceeding every tactical plan she has preluded. Thomasina finds herself paralyzed. She wants to voice further objections, but her available vocabulary fails to provide an appropriate way to express them.
寝ぼけているのか。
The parameter is irrational.
戦闘力は私の方が上だ。
I'm the combat type unit.
だからこそあなたがヘレナを守るべき。
Exactly. Which is why you're the best choice to protect Helena.
それにあなたはこんなところで止まっちゃいけない。
They were very elaborately describing the nap. Yeah, it was a really fun scene because it's just like all the dramatic flair and like super descriptive like word usage, and then just bap.
And I'm counting on you to deliver the final breakthrough.
研究室の位置はこの真上。私の連絡を待って。
The lab is directly above us. Wait for my signal. Those eyes flash with resolve and unquestionable confidence. But Misty understands that, at this moment, she has no choice but to trust and obey.
わかった。
Alright. But nods to Vomistina, then walks over to Helena and gently strokes her hair to calm her. She points at Vomistina and speaks as softly as she can.
このお姉さん、顔は怖いけど優しい人形だよ。
This lady here may look scary, but she's actually a very kind and gentle doll.
お姉さんについていけば指揮官に会えるから。
She'll take you to find the commander. You have to stay very close to her, okay? Okay. Helena is still highly wary of Vomistina, but sensing the urgency of the situation, she carefully trots along behind her. Vomistina leads Helena off in the opposite direction. Before leaving, she turns back and says to Alva,
幸運を祈る。
Good hunting. Alva checks her chamber, then plants herself firmly in the very center of the passage, waiting for the arrival of the strongest doll.
Oh yeah.
The sharp clicks of high heels striking concrete echo through the hollow passageway. Surrounded by a cluster of combat automatons, the doll approaching from the distance with unhurried grace. The doll approaches from the distance with unhurried grace. Igla's steps are calm and rhythmic, her arms folded neatly before her chest. A finely designed tactical rapier hangs at her waist, and an air of elegance utterly out of place in this environment radiates from her. That and call it grabbing golf, then just out of the way. When she spots Alva standing alone at the center of the passageway from afar, a flicker of surprise crosses her face.
これは意外ですね。
But an unexpected arrangement. When she reaches a distance of about 15 steps from Alva, she comes to a stop. Her posture straight and composed, as if greeting a guest. Do you think? Behind her, the combat automatons immediately sped into a standard tactical formation, weapons trained on Alva ready to fire at a moment's notice. Igla raises one hand, casually holding them.
考え抜いた結論はあなたはしんがりを務めることです。
I assume you're the one covering the other's retreat after much careful deliberation. Alva remains silent, offering no response to the seemingly offhand question. Just as she's anticipated, the third-gen doll before her possesses not only exceptional combat ability, but also sharp analytical and observational skills.
ですがうなずけます。戦闘力は劣っていますが、あなたには自己犠牲の精神が備わっているようです。
I understand the implication for this tactical decision. Though you lack frontline combat capability, you clearly possess the admirable quality of being willing to sacrifice yourself for your team.
なんて尊い。
Such spirit is truly worthy of respect. Igla gives a light, polite clap. Alva still says nothing. In this situation, every second of delay is precious time bought for by Mestina's retreat. Since the other party is willing to spend time on this exchange, I was more than happy to oblige.
その勇気をたたえて今から1分だけ待ちましょう。その間いかなる追撃行動も中止します。
Oh my god. You spooked me. In consideration of your courage, please allow me to offer a small courtesy. I'm willing to wait here for 1 full minute and refrain from any pursuit.
1分
1 minute?
ええ、約束します。
As a gesture of respect for your noble conduct.
本来ならもう少し待っても構わないのです。
To be frank, if I were not obliged to recover the cargo you two have taken as quickly as possible,
正直に申し上げます。
I would go far beyond.
私は早急に箱を回収せねばなりません。
I would go far beyond this to show my respect. So beneath that elegant exterior lies such arrogance. Alva studies the doll's exquisite face as her index finger lightly brushes the trigger on her weapon twice.
私にと
It's
って
a
もこれは
rare...
千載一遇の機会なのです。
It happened again. It's a rare opportunity, isn't it?
あの伝説の反逆正体の一員とこうして顔を合わせられるなんて、これほど光栄なことはないでしょう。
After all, it is an honor to me as well, being able to converse face to face with a member of the legendary Task Force Defy.
以前あなた方の戦闘記録を拝見したことがあります。
I've had the privilege of studying some of your tactical records.
限られた記録しか残されていませんが、私が敬意を払うには十分な内容でした。
Though the material is quite limited due to your outstanding concealment capabilities, it was enough to earn my genuine admiration for Task Force Defy.
AK-15 司令塔の AK-12 は第二世代人形としては驚嘆すべき性能を誇っていました。そしてもう一人、反逆の名にたがわぬ人形もいましたね。
As a second-gen doll, AK-15's performance is indeed impressive. The same goes for AK-12, the leader of the task force. And if memory serves, there was also a doll who truly embodied the word defy.
最新の戦術人形でも彼女たちに匹敵するものは極めて限られるでしょう。
Even among the latest generation of tactical dolls, there are only a handful who can stand shoulder to shoulder with them.
失礼ですが、あなたは
Do forgive my rudeness, but you are?
あるわ。
My name is Alva.
ああ、そうでした。あるわ。もとい AN-94 AK-12 の補助ユニットでしたね。
Ah yes, of course. Alva. AN-94. AK-12's tactical support unit.
どうか無礼をお許しください。
Please forgive my oversight.
私ほどのファンでもメンバー全員を把握することは難しいのですから。
Only someone like me, who takes a special interest in Task Force Defy, would be familiar with every single member.
卓越した存在というのは数多くいますが、反逆正体はその中でも別格。
Excellent is a quality worthy of admiration. And Task Force Defy is undoubtedly its exemplar. Exemplar?
失礼を承知でお聞きしますが、なぜあなたのような人形が所属できたのでしょう。
However, if you'll pardon my frankness, I've always been curious. How does a doll like you find her place within such an elite team, one defined by excellence? Alva purses her lips briefly.
相当念入りに調べたようだな。
You really do seem to know quite a great deal about us.
お骨に扱い光栄です。
Your praise is an honor. Big inclines her head graciously in response.
優秀な人形には常に注目し、敬意を払っておりますから。しかるべき評価を下したまでです。
Outstanding dolls always earn my sincere respect and attention. They deserve such recognition.
過去にその名を轟かせた反逆正体ともなればなおのこと
And Task Force Defy's reputation is indeed impossible to ignore.
確かに私たちは有名になってしまった10年前のフランクフルトの出来事を経て
We have indeed garnered a reputation since 10 years ago, after what happened in Frankfurt.
偽装が意味をなさなくなりそれまでのコードネームも偽名も全て捨てた
That's why we abandoned our old code names, aliases, and other identities. Our concealment had lost all meaning.
そして私はお前の言う通り体内で一番弱い人形だ
And as for me, you're right. I'm the weakest one on the team.
誠実な返答誠にありがとうございますところでなぜまだここにいるのですか
Your candor is admirable. In that case, I can't help but ask, why didn't you choose to retreat?
逃げるのに十分な時間を与えたつもりなのですあなた個人には特段興味もありませんし
We gave you ample buffer time. From a purely tactical standpoint, you could have escaped. I have no particular interest in you personally.
私が期待していたのは AK-15 との対話なのです
What I truly look forward to is an exchange with AK-15.
それともあなたは私と互角だとでもお思いで
Or do you believe you possess a character that makes you my equal?
試してみないとわからない
I want to try. A faint, unfathomable smile appears at the corner of Ava's lips. Her tone carries a subtle confidence.
私の見立てではお前は私以外の全員より弱い
And by my assessment, your character doesn't seem all that compatible with the rest of my team.
反逆正体最弱の私が相手で十分だ
Perhaps only someone like me, the weakest doll in Defy, could be bothered to have an exchange with you. Please don't die, Gio.
Get a fancy pen holder, you'll use it more. Yes. Also, I misunderstood. I thought you meant the pain as in, like, actual physical pain and not the pain of losing a pencil, digital or physical. Yes, I misunderstood.
Igla retains her flawless smile, but a chill flickers deep within her eyes. Her expression shows no obvious change, yet the atmosphere subtly shifts. Igla adjusts her stance and lightly smooths out her sleeve.
相当独特な評価軸をお持ちなようですね
Your confidence is impressive. It seems you hold a rather unique evaluation of your own abilities.
その自信の根拠ぜひ検証させてください
In that case, please allow me to personally verify the basis of that confidence. She takes an elegant step forward, the sound of her heels striking the ground ringing clearly through the passageway.
The best help is don't get ahead of yourself. And by that I mean, like, once you said it the first time, don't re-say it again. Because then that sounds like you're trying to, like, be human too hard. You're trying to human too hard. That's the thing. Just be you. You're humaning too much. Never human too much. I guess the best way to put it is like it's like the whole like that thing Zuckerberg did. You know, the whole where he started talking about, it's like, so humans, it's like, so, you know, like how humans do it. Well, you know, like me too, you know, because I'm also human. Obviously we're all humans. Like when he starts doing that, That's the best example I can give. Don't underhuman them. No, don't have to worry about underhumaning. You have to worry about overhumaning. Because underhumaning is like, oh, okay. They're just having a little trouble. Overhumaning is like, okay, that's a little weird. What is going on here? That's suspicious. Suspicious. Which is why Mark Zuckerberg is definitely not a human being and is definitely some sort of weird creature that only is pretending to be a person. She takes an elegant step forward, the sound of her heels striking the ground ringing clearly through the passageway. She finally unfolds her arms. With her left hand, she draws the finely crafted tactical rapier from her waist, and with her right, produces a beautifully made pistol of silver and gold. The subordinates also raise their weapons and take aim at Alva. Please wait. Rigla once again lifts her hand to halt them, her gaze never leaving Alva. I wish to savor this alone. Are we gonna get a cutscene again? I hope we get a cutscene. The sound of dripping water echoes rhythmically through the empty passageway. The sewer branch lies... Okay, so it does technically count as a sewer then. The sewer branch lies far enough from the previous main battlefield that it is temporarily free from direct pursuit, forming a short-lived buffer zone. A few damaged emergency lights flicker at irregular intervals, providing only minimal visibility. But Mistina settles Helena into a concealed spot at a bend in the passageway. She herself stands against the wall, scanning the surroundings while initiating a rapid system self-diagnostic. Her thing on her profile is like... I forget if it's swords or blades. It's like, I like blades, what am I doing here? And I think it said, I know nothing about guns. Once again, a wizard. Helena's metal spheres hover around her in a defensive formation, her weary gaze tracking every movement what Mistina makes. She keeps the maximum safe distance from Mistina. With Alva absent, her attention and vigilance are clearly heightened. But Mistina looks at Helena, her expression inscrutable. She lets out a soft sigh and drives a fist into the wall. The dull impact reverberates through the passageway. The metal structure dents visibly at once. The concrete layer beneath fractures and a cloud of dust erupts from the point of impact. Oh, I only know swords. Okay, I said I only know... or... I only like blades is what I thought I was. Startled, Helena immediately snaps her 3 metal spheres together into a shield. Her body tenses, fear and defensiveness filling her eyes, ready to respond to any perceived threat. She looks ready to open fire, but Mistina makes even one more strange move. But Mistina notices Helena's reaction. Her brow furrows, but she makes no attempt to comfort her. Is that Blazer streaming? Yes. I am streaming. I am doing the streaming. Mistina notices Helena's reaction, her brow furrows, but she makes no attempt to comfort her. Her systems contain no protocols for building trust with non-combatants. Hello. What's up? Hola. But welcome to me streaming at 3 AM still because I'm trying to finish this section of this event. I saw the eye and I just immediately thought of it being as Amigoi. Hold up. Sort of. Sort of daily, sort of not. I don't know how best to really explain it. Almost daily. Just recently, it's been because of the subathon thing. But hold on, give me a second. Oh, thank you for the file. Tries to, but we force him not to not die. Wait, we force him not to not die because he won't sleep. No, I try to sleep. I try to sleep. Do you have a pillow? I showed you the pillow. What do you mean? I'm playing Jim Hilto. Give me a second. Oh, I sent you something by the way, Ju. A note? You sleep on a cot when you have a bed. You tried to sleep. Wait, no, I don't have a bed. What do you mean? Her systems contain no protocols for building trust with non-combatants. She has never been good at this, and it has never been her responsibility. She looks at Helena, her neural cloud in disarray. Without Ava's guidance, she finds herself facing a severe decision-making dilemma. Okay. See, I answered that question. My suspicions are increasing. My suspicions are all the way up. Give me a second. How can I see that? Yeah, that's a really weird thing to do. Wait, give me a second. Let me see here. Yeah. Okay. Assessment has been complete. Anyway, uh, long story short, did a ton of checks. That account is fake. That Cora Cohen or whatever. Yeah, no. They're completely fake. It's a bot. Yeah, no, touching meds is also that's like that is a good way to make things bad. Yeah, no, chaos is insane. I don't understand how or why. And it's just like, bruh. Like I sincerely appreciate it so much, but also you're insane. Without all this guidance, she finds herself facing a severe decision-making dilemma. But Messina exhales slowly, forcing herself to calm down. Although she understands Alva's plan, the plan itself carries an extremely high risk of failure. If it were only the two of them, even with that risk, it would still be manageable. But now there is this being right in front of her. Now there is this being right in front of her. She must consider that even the slightest misstep during the operation could result in O43 inevitably falling back into the hands of Gerard Group and Paradeus. To the current task force defy, she is unquestionably trouble as well as burden. Yeah, no, it's nothing. It was nothing about you, Cass. You didn't do anything wrong. I promise. It was just that, like, the person was really suspicious. I'm like, I don't know this person. Why are they being overly familiar? I answered to them and they didn't respond in any way that made sense. They just started asking questions. They didn't even acknowledge. And then I answered their question, and then they asked the same exact question again. So I decided, okay. Or account age. Okay, that looks okay. Decided to check the account itself. A weird amount of follows for zero evidence of ever having streamed. Then looked into the linked, like, the links. Like, linked accounts. The Twitter was a dead giveaway. It was just full of fake AI commission things. Like, I was already suspicious about the icon, because the icon's also AI. But like, I was like, okay, maybe it's just someone who just decided that for some reason. But yeah, no, everything on that profile is fake. But Mastina's assessment has not changed. Directly destroying O43 is still the most efficient and most thorough solution. Mistina's gaze slowly shifts to Helena. If she destroys her on the spot, Gerard and Perdeo's Project Eden will permanently lose this key component. No matter what role O43 plays in that project, they will be forced to seek other alternatives. Judging by the urgency and intensity of their encirclement and pursuit, O43's role is clearly not something easily replaceable. Discarding this burden would allow her to better leverage her own capabilities to assist Ava in completing the operation. He could even turn back and help Ava deal with Igla directly, completing the operation as originally intended. I've gotten fairly good at spotting them. Like I get vibes, so then I'll check. And every time I've gotten a bad vibe and checked, there was always some sort of reason to ban them. Like, at least I've set things up maybe. A thing I did do is I have set up so I at least don't get bots, the majority of them, because I have some very specific like security things in terms of the auto moderation. That one managed to get through because the account age is like 4 years old. And because that account is that old, it gets past some of the, oh, account has to be at least this old to blah 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 blah. Unless there's these other aspects. So the fact it was older, it means it bypassed everything. Yeah, no, that was like real weird, cause like literally even people who are purely English native speakers know how to spell it. And if they were to make a mistake, they would not do a mistake at the end when the literal last part of the word is go. It was already weird when it was like them acting overly familiar, as if they knew me. But yeah. I've decided I am now officially raising my paranoia by like 2,000%. See, that's different though, because that's still a word that exists. Just something completely different. Also, you still didn't necessarily mess up the last part because it still ends in O. From every angle, this is the most rational decision. All she has to do is eliminate her right here. And remains on guard, but the defensive formation of the metal spheres loosens slightly. Alongside fear, just of cautious observation appears on her face. She is highly sensitive to changes in emotion and atmosphere. You're not going to do anything to me, are you? This simple question is like a key, unlocking something sealed deep within Voimastina's neurocloud. She closes her eyes. I have really powerful orbs, you know. Spreads the metal spheres protectively in front of herself with bravado.
Yeah.
No. Voimastina's answer is short and direct. I promised her, so I will protect you. the same time, the tension in her frame suddenly eases.
あの人帰ってくる？
Will she come back? Helena is clearly referring to Ava, though wary of both of them. Ava's more kindly demeanor seems to have formed the foundation of trust between them.
Ah.
She will. What's the news? But Mestina's reply contains no hesitation, as though stating an established fact rather than a hope or guess. The cherry straw joyrides taste like Play-Doh. See, this is why I stick to blue flavors. She slowly lowers her hand, resolve settling in. She's a member of Task Force Defy. She will always fulfill her promises. But Mestina's Wolf Eye performs a full spectrum scan. Once she's confirmed that surroundings are temporarily safe, she retrieves a small device from her tactical pack and starts fiddling with it.
これなんだ？
What's that? And his question still carries caution, but now also a hint of curiosity. The metal spheres remain in a defensive state, though no longer as poised to attack.
通信装置だ。
A communicator. Mestina answers curtly as she continues to tune the device.
通信装置？邪魔じゃないのか？
Communicator doesn't look like one. Jammer? Mestina glances at Helena, mildly surprised that she knows such a technical term.
いや、違う。
This is different.
違う？
Different? Chaos. I think the best part is the way you said it. It wasn't, oh, I used to eat it, you know, it wasn't like, oh, I've tasted it before. No, it's, I used to devour homemade Play-Doh. Yes. Mestina answers each of the girl's questions, but unlike Alva's patient way of doing it, it is with an air of indifference toward both the conversation and her interlocutor, responding almost robotically. Even so, for her, this is already remarkable progress. To Helena, Mestina's blunt manner of speech is unexpectedly reassuring. The two of them continue to talk in short, fragmented exchanges.
前たち楽園壊す？
You will destroy Eden?
Ah.
Yes.
計画あるのか？
You have a plan. Also, we haven't seen Helen in a while. But like, active role. We saw her for a little bit. Mestina's replies remain brief, but her demeanor has grown slightly milder. Like, we saw her for a little bit when Kolfni had to, like, get her out of the room because the commander had to talk with someone. And, like, that was the last time we saw her in, like, one of the previous events. It might have been the event with the, who was it? It might have been the Lena event. Mestina's replies remain brief, but her demeanor has grown slightly milder. Helena takes a small step forward. She still maintains a safe distance, but the subtle approach signals the beginning of a tentative trust. Mestina watches Helena's cautious advance and recalls what her former partner would do in situations like this. After a moment's thought, she reaches out and places her hand on Helena's small head. Like a startled cat, Helena instantly recoils and darts back behind cover. Adding in first name, middle name just makes me think of it being like, oh, Canadian cat, stop eating the Play-Doh. I saw that, Canadian. Which makes it sound so specific. Join us, confess your crimes. I don't have any of these. Like, the only thing I have was the intrusive thought I told you about. Whenever I look at small caliber rounds at like 9 mil or 45. And that's it. I never did it. I never did that. Because I was like, I like food. Why would I do anything that wouldn't be... Why would I eat anything that wasn't food? Do what? Tell Chaos what? But Messina decides to stop her forcing herself to do things she is bad at.
ここは危ない。移動する。
We need to move. This place isn't safe. It's not bullets in general. It's specifically 9 mil and 45 ACP. Okay? They're just so round and just so small. It's just like brain thinks, ooh, candy. Like, I've got a box of ammo right here. It's just the way that the actual tips look, okay? The tips of the rounds. They're just so round. It's specifically the standard, like the standard, like your standard rounds, not even like anything specific. It's like the standard stuff you'd use at a firing range. Listen, okay, just like, why are they so round, okay? They have candy vibes. It's not my fault. I'm fighting you. We need to move. This place isn't safe. Move where? Though hiding from Mistina, Helena continues to converse with her.
任務を終わらせに行く。
To complete the mission. Mistina replies curtly as she stands up and prepares to carry out Alva's plan. Helena hesitates and follows behind her, still cautious but no longer openly hostile. Between these two very different figures, a subtle trust seems to be quietly taking root.
ついてこい。
Stay close. Though Mistina suddenly blurts this out, her tone is as stiff as ever, but the words themselves carry a promise. Helena doesn't respond, and she simply follows along in silence. In the depths of the sewers, two figures, one tall and one short. They don't let me finish. Hold on. Now I gotta say the thing. Once I can see the last thing. In the depths of the sewers, two figures, one tall and one short, story of my life, move on wordlessly, one behind the other, one behind the other. Yay! I finished the first part. And then there's a part 1.5, and then there's a part 2. Yay! Now I go buy things. Like I buy this. And then I buy this. And then I buy this. You know what? Sure, I'll buy the skin. Am I wrong? I never said I hated them. Hold on. Wait a second. I just said it's fun to bully. Okay, I'm gonna just stomp this real quick. I'm angry. I'm gonna use Springfield. You said what? I said what? I said what? What did I admit, huh? Something that I've admitted countless times? Where's Springfield? There she is. Flailed an iPad. Why are you flailing an iPad? Am I supposed to target something, aren't I? Which are the biggest annoyances? Probably this one. Alrighty then. Dang it, I should have sent QJ up. Okay, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna focus down certain units. I mean, you are too short to ride the slide. They have so much health. Ow. This guy's gonna be an issue. Alright. We're gonna need to push ourselves back a little bit here. Things are gonna get a little rough. Ugh. You know what, let's get rid of this one. Ooh. That was a multi-hit. Why did it die? Alright, you know what? We're hitting that one. Alright, you. See, let's move you here. Target the elite. Then we use Macchiato. to kill this one. You just pop this. Now you. That should do a lot of AoE. There we go. That's what I wanted to see. Don't you dare. There we go. Don't you dare. Alright, so you're gonna be an issue. That's why we move you here. You target. Hold on. And that works. Target there. That way we get the action support. Okay. I should keep you there. You just bomb everything here for the AoE. And you target this one. Never mind, you don't do any damage. Target this one. This one. Okay, you know what? You will do enough damage. Now, you give him a hard hit there. Doesn't do enough. That barely does any damage. What? Why is she doing so little? Not fine. I just do this. Just to wipe it out so it's not gonna cause us any danger. Get you here. Do as much damage as possible. I don't know, maybe it'll do enough. Nope. Ow. 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 Okay. Do that.
お待たせしました。わかった。
That cleanses. Chop this.
わかった。
Do that.
これで終わり。
Dang. There we go.
予想より早く終わりましたね。
Thank you, Springfield. Now give me the cubes. And then I die. Because my throat is killing me. And I can feel drainage, so I'm clearly sick still. There we go, 350. What is this? Okay. That may be why, yeah. I want them to add more free costumes. Alrighty. Anyway, let me pause the timer. I really need to sleep. So let me close those tabs from that bot account. Hot take, cold take. Yeah. Alright. We're gonna look for see if there's anyone to raid. I don't know if there's anyone up at this time, but hopefully there is. Oh, Augie is up. That's a surprise. Can raid Augie. I have no idea what's playing. Something called King of the Castle. Should we raid Augie? She's been streaming for 10 hours. Alright, then we're gonna go raid Augie. But I could actually feel that I'm sick. I've definitely got a fever. Or developing a fever. Wait, I didn't see any question. What if his look? Oh yeah, no, you looked very sickly. I will sleep now. Alright, anyway, thank you all for stopping by. Thank you once again to Orca for the raid. Thank you everybody for all the gift subs. And I'm going to sleep. Because I need to just sleep immediately. And yeah, so gonna raid Augie. Good night, see y'all, peace. Bye.